Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the City of Mason. We are pleased to see you here tonight with us. Thank you for joining us for our meeting of council. We're going to get this meeting started, but first we have to take the roll. So could you call the roll for us, please, Dan?
Councilmember Nelson?
Here.
Councilmember Chance?
Here.
Councilmember Bradburn?
Present.
Councilmember Stricula?
Here.
Vice Mayor Gilb?
Here.
Councilmember Hunter Law?
Here.
Mayor Grossman?
Here. It pains me to say this, but we have on our agenda a meeting in executive session, so I'm going to have to ask council for a motion to adjourn into executive session for the purpose of discussing acquisition and disposition of property and employment compensation of public employees. Is there a first and a second?
So moved. Second.
Thank you. Let's call the roll, please.
Councilmember Chance?
Yes.
Councilmember Bradburn?
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gilb?
Yes.
Councilmember Hunter Law?
Yes.
Mayor Grossman?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes. Thank you, everyone. We will do everything we can to be back by 7 o'clock. Thank you. Wow. What a robust crowd we have tonight. It's great to see all of you here today in our chambers. We started our meeting at 6 o'clock and convened into regular session, so I'm going to need a motion to reconvene. Reconvene into executive session. Now I need a motion from council to reconvene back into regular session, please.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? Thank you. We have Pastor Bob Myrtle here tonight. As is our custom, we always open our meeting in prayer, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. So if Pastor Myrtle could join us at the podium, and you could all stand with me for the prayer and the pledge.
Thank you. Loving and glorious Father, we acknowledge your holy presence this evening. We thank you for being our infinite source of peace, love, and wisdom. We know that your Holy Spirit guides and directs us. We give thanks for our great nation, the state of Ohio, and the city of Mason. Thank you for all the veterans, the first responders, the leaders, the businesses, the schools, the city council, and all the citizens that make Mason what it is today. Lord, we entrust to you everything in our lives. As the summer school break comes to an end and we embark on a new academic year, we pray for a special blessing and hedge of protection in and around our schools. Keep all of our students, faculty, and support personnel safe. Father, guide the leadership and teachers to instill a strong sense of character and integrity in our children as they strive to achieve their vision for growing greatness together. In spite of the various challenges we face, we remain steadfast in you because we believe that you will always make a way for us. We know our hearts are restless until they find their rest, which happens when we trust in you and therefore find rest in you. Lord, you've entrusted City Council to maintain the quality of life in Mason for the city to continue to thrive. We ask that you bless tonight's City Council meeting. We ask for wisdom and that you guide the hearts of the men and women assembled this evening, remove pride and remove fear, and guide them to do what is right in your eyes for this city that they've been elected or appointed to serve. Help them to lead and govern with integrity. All of these things we ask and pray in Jesus' mighty name. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you,
And thank you all of those who are here. That was the most beautiful pledge. It was just beautiful to hear all of you together. Item 6 on our agenda is minutes. We need to approve the April 26th council meeting minutes and the July 12th council meeting minutes. May I have a motion, please, to remove April 26th council meeting minutes from the table, please?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? All right. I need a motion to approve the minutes from the April 26th council meeting.
Mayor,
Yes.
if I could, we've kind of been going back and forth with what was said and what wasn't said. I recommend we just have the city staff please transcribe the meeting from recognition of visitors until the end. I think this will take out the back and forth in regards to the meeting minutes.
That's fine. The recognition of visitors portion was transcribed by staff.
The whole entire thing?
No, not the entire thing, just that section that was submitted, just so you know. I didn't know if you knew that.
No, I didn't. But I think it's good just to transcribe the whole thing. I think that would be more accurate for the notes.
That's fine with me. Is that your motion?
Yes, please.
Is there a second?
Ask for
Yes. Oh,
from
yes.
the original recognition of visitors or the end?
The end.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, the second section of recognition of visitors. Is there a second to that? Second. All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? All right. I need a motion to approve the minutes from the July 12th council meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed?
I'll abstain.
Okay, we have one abstention. Thank you. All right. I didn't hear any opposed. Item 7 on the agenda is the city manager's report. Before we start that, I'm going to remind the audience that there is a sign-up sheet at the podium right outside the glass wall. If anyone was not able to sign up for recognition of visitors, you may slip out and do that. It'll help us keep our meeting moving. You're welcome to sign up, and if you change your mind and decide not to speak, that's fine. If you don't sign up and you decide later during recognition of visitors that you'd like to speak, once we get through everyone on the list, you certainly may. And if you're here for the public hearing regarding, what was that? Pardon me? The Ainslie property, then you can speak without signing up, and that's actually coming up very soon in our agenda, okay? All right, so that sign-up sheet is right outside, and that'll help us keep our meeting going. So Eric, I'm going to turn it over to you, please. Oh, one more thing. It's very crowded and warm in here, you may have noticed. We have overflow rooms with the screens running. If there are people who would be so kind as to give up seats for some that may need a seat in here, or people who are willing to go into the overflow areas. If you're in an overflow area and it's time for you to speak, we'll make sure you know about that, and you'll be able to hear what's going on in real time with our television monitors out in the hallway and in the classroom across the hall. Eric.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try and be brief, but I have several items that I think are worth mentioning. Can you hear me?
That's better.
All right, sorry. We'll try and cover these quickly. I have several items I want to draw council's attention to. The Municipal Aquatic Center that opened this year has continued to be very popular, well received by residents as well as other guests alike. I just want to give some attention to one indicator of that success. The facility this June had 13,000 guests that visited it, compared to the previous pool, which had 5,000 in the same month 2 years ago. Another indicator was the concessions. We've had great experience with Taste Great concessions at the pool. For the month of June, the amount of revenues that were generated in concessions exceeded the amount of revenues that were generated the entire season of the previous pool. We also had a Shop Local event out there this past Saturday that I think highlighted that same success. There were 519 guests that participated in that Shop Local event, and a good number of them didn't even come dressed to swim. They came just for that event to participate there. That is to highlight that as August wraps up and we approach September, we will be having extended hours, specifically on weekends through the month of September, and we're exploring ideas because it is a heated pool. The first time we've had a heated outdoor pool, we will be experimenting with hours into the month of October just to see what the market is, what the interest there is. So keep looking for opportunities to participate in the outdoor pool. Also coming up, end of this week and throughout next week, is the annual Western Southern Tennis Tournament. It is back in Mason after taking a COVID year off. Begins August 14th at the Linder Family Tennis Center. It features the top 10 ranked men and women for a combined week of tennis. The entire community, the entire region looks forward to this each year. Mason is always proud and goes the extra mile to host that. We will have opportunities to host our economic partners as well as some government partners at different events throughout the week of tennis. Also, during that week, unfortunately, the Warren County Municipal League will host their annual dinner meeting at the Golden Lamb in Lebanon. If any council members are interested in attending, please let us know. City offices will be closed on Monday, September 6th. That's in observance of the Labor Day holiday. However, the community center will have normal operating hours Friday through Sunday, and then on Labor Day itself, they will be open from 6 a.m. to 12 p.m. with some limited services. Also wanted to let everyone know that back is the Mason Citizens Police Academy. That will be starting on Tuesday, September 14th and runs for 10 weeks. It's a great opportunity for residents to get to know the police department, the services, and the profession a lot more intimately. We've always enjoyed past alumni from past seasons of Police Academy, have proven to be a great resource for the city with different events and endeavors, both in police and other areas of the city. And then the city's Red Rhythm and Boom event is coming up. That'll be held on Saturday, September 18th. It is combined with the annual Heritage Festival. The parade is back. It will begin at 10 a.m. at Grace Chapel Church, make its way through downtown Mason, and then towards down here along Mason Montgomery in front of the Mason Municipal Center, where parade viewers are encouraged to gather as the other seating gets consumed. There's ample seating here along Mason Montgomery. Then, beginning at 4 p.m., the Kids Zone activities, food, and other vendors will be open. We have several local breweries that will be providing adult beverages in partnership with the American Legion, with proceeds also going to the Mason Parks Foundation. Stage entertainment begins at 6 p.m. with Craig Campbell, and then Grammy Award winner Clint Black will begin performing at 8 p.m., and then the evening wraps up with Rosie's fireworks display held at 10 p.m. So looking forward, staff across all departments, in fact, led by this year's Instant Commander, which happens to be Dan Chambers, sitting up here. He's not stressed at all, but he is busy getting ready for that event. And then a couple of other things that sometimes we're so busy and council is occupied with a lot of business that I think we forget to celebrate some of these things that have proven extremely popular with residents. I'm hoping Kurt can get a photo of one, but this week we opened, actually I'll give Kurt some time. Oh, is it coming up? The city's newest bike trail was opened this week, and this has been a 20-plus year endeavor. The bike path begins in the lower section of the Mason Sports Park along Mason-Marrow Grove Road, and then it connects riders to the Little Miami Scenic Bike Trail. And that is via a partnership the city had with the City of Lebanon, because part of this connection goes through the City of Lebanon, and they assisted with helping the trails get connected so that ultimately Mason residents can get down to the Little Miami. I didn't know this, but the Little Miami is actually the 4th longest paved trail in the United States and runs for 78.1 miles through 5 counties. And Kurt there is showing exactly, the red line shows the connection.
Right, this is the lower parking lot at the Mason Sports Park, the football fields down here and soccer fields, and then the red line through along the Ambleside Meadows Trail, and then in blue here is where you tie onto the Lebanon YMCA Trail and takes you down to the Little Miami Scenic Trail.
So I thought that was, it's been asked for 20 years. We've worked incrementally, good partnership both with residents, with the developers of the property there, and with the City of Lebanon to make a connection there. We're able to celebrate that Thursday, Friday. And then finally, one other thing that opened and was long in the works is Pine Hill Lakes Playground. The new playground opened last week. It includes new play amenities, some all-inclusive play structures based on lessons learned at McKeno, Common Ground, as well as turf. And what I have learned as a city manager this summer is good playgrounds are made by good fences. The playground is fenced in, and that has proven extremely popular to parents and others, providing a safer and contained place for children to play. So that has been very busy since opening, and thanks to Mason City Council on all those efforts, amenities are moving forward on all fronts. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Lots of exciting news going on in the city of Mason. Item 8 on our agenda, ordinance 2021-71. We have a public hearing. We have our staff that are going to explain what's going to happen, but I just want to remind the audience that the only topic we will discuss with visitors, we want visitors to come in and tell us about this, but it has to be related to the public hearing. It can't be about anything else once we open the public hearing. Okay? So if you are out there and you need to come in, please come on in and ask somebody to let you through, and we will make sure that we hear from you about that topic. All right. The second reading, item 9, the second reading of 2021-71. Kurt, do you want to explain anything first before we do the second reading?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to introduce Jordy Bacon. She's our newest planner with the city, and she's been here only 4 or 5 months, but it feels like she's been a member of the team for years. So I'll let Jordy explain this project and open up the public hearing.
Great. Thank you, Kurt. Thank you, Mayor Grossman. Thank you, City Council. So yeah, as Kurt mentioned, I'm the city planner, and I'm here tonight to present to you a proposed concept PUD and rezoning. Is it possible to get the site plan up on the screen? So the subject property is approximately 13 acres, and it's on the south side of Mason Road. It's in between the Whispering Springs and the Sunset Ridge subdivisions. It's currently zoned R1, which is a single-family residential zoning district, and the applicant is proposing to rezone it to a residential planned unit development, which would have 28 lots of patio homes. It also includes 22% of usable open space, which does meet the city's PUD requirements. And so what the City of Mason's comprehensive plan identifies this as is low-intensity residential. And so that recommends the land is used to provide large lot, low-density housing options and to protect existing low-density residential neighborhoods. At their July 6th Planning Commission meeting, Planning Commission voted to not recommend approval of the rezoning and concept plan that's in front of you. So the applicant is here and prepared to do a presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Jordy. Can you guys hear the microphone okay at the podium in the back? Okay, let us know if it gets hard to hear. Thank you, Jordy. Okay, we have Mr. Maines here. Let's go ahead and open up the public hearing. Ordinance 2021-71. We have a second reading. I need a motion to read by title only, please.
So moved.
Thank you. All in favor?
Yes.
Yes. Any opposed? Jeff?
Amending the zoning code and zoning map of the City of Mason, Ohio to provide for the rezoning of approximately 13.31 acres from R1 single-family residential to RPUD residential planned unit development with approval of the concept planned unit development plan located at 6369, 6429, and 6465 Mason Road, Ainslie, PUD.
Great. Let's open up the public hearing time at 7:20. And we will start with Mr. Matt Maines from Dries. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thanks, Council. Thanks for everyone being here today to listen to this presentation. I appreciate the time. We want to present the Ainslie project. We're very excited about the opportunity. What I want to do is just kind of go through, give a little background, a little justification of why we feel that the rezoning is appropriate, discuss some of the concerns brought up in the previous Planning Commission meetings, and just really go over some of the amenities and just features that we plan on proposing for this site. Most of you are familiar with Dries. We have a pretty large footprint. We are based out of Northern Kentucky, but we always like to just sort of point out that we are in the top 30 in the nation of home builders. We build in 10 major metropolitan areas, and we're very proud of being a family-owned company for more than 90 years in the area. So just to familiarize yourselves a little bit, you can see Mason Road here and Snyder Road. So this 13.3 acres is sandwiched right here in between Whispering Spring and Sunset Ridge subdivision. What we're proposing again is to rezone it as a PUD, planned unit development. It's 13.31 acres, and we're proposing 21 patio homes that are on a 60 by 125 foot lot. And the lots are ranging from size in about 7,627 to a little over 1,200 square feet. And this site, probably the biggest feature is that we are planning on maintaining 5.6 acres of dedicated open space, which equates to over 42% of the total site. It's important to point out that what we're proposing is a patio home community, and I'll go into more detail what a patio home is versus a traditional lot. But it's really talking to realtors, talking to staff, people around. It's something that we feel is sort of underserved and in very high demand right now based on sort of some of the changing demographics and the population that purchases this type of home. So I'll be pointing that out throughout the presentation. So justification for zoning. The comprehensive plan is a fluid document, and its density is a big concern, but it's really more than just density. And what we feel is this PUD can accommodate a lot of the goals and objectives that are spelled out in that comprehensive plan because it's providing an alternative type of low-maintenance lifestyle home to better serve this changing demographic, which is really, it caters a lot towards the empty nesters, people that are looking for a low-maintenance style home. And we think the efficiency of the plan, it gives a great potential to this valuable property, and maintaining generous greenways sort of around it really allows it to blend into the existing community and provides a nice, attractive border with the neighboring residents. So a lot we talked about the comprehensive plan, and if it fits with the comprehensive plan. So I wanted to kind of take a step back and look at the comprehensive plan. This yellow area is all low-intensity residential, which is really 1 unit per acre. And really nothing in the area kind of fits in that mold right now. Everything else around it's either 1.5 to 1.6 dwelling units per acre, the two neighboring communities. And so it's not necessarily compatible with the current comprehensive plan. The whole area is not necessarily compatible with the current comprehensive plan. So what we're saying is we can kind of tick off more of those boxes by providing this different style of home and blend it in with the community by providing some of this extra open space. So the adjacent neighborhoods, they're 1.5 to 1.7 dwelling units per acre, and they each have approximately 20% of open space. What we're proposing is a 2.1 dwelling units per acre and approximately 42% open space. We received a recommendation for approval from staff, and the reason being is the staff felt that the large amount of green space will help offset the proposed density. So these PUDs are really sort of a give and take. We're providing a lot of open space. We're keeping things really compact and efficient. And the reason we're doing this is to provide the type of housing and the type of lots that we see are really in demand for this area. Lot sizes was a big concern that was brought up. And again, it's not for everyone. It's not for probably the typical family with kids. It's really catering more towards those empty nesters, those kind of baby boomers type that are looking to downsize their homes into smaller homes, smaller lots. And our patio homes are 100% maintenance included with them. It's written into the HOA documents. So what they're looking for is a maintenance-free lifestyle. And so that's what we're providing. And the smaller lots make it efficient to be able to do that and make it efficient for an HOA to be able to do that. And at the same time, it brings in and makes this compact site that provides a lot of open space that everyone can use as opposed to open space on each individual lot. So it's a different concept. It's a question of, does it fit into the community? There's already this type of lot and this type of home just adjacent in the next community over. That's actually a little bit denser. Now, it is part of a larger PUD, so that's part of the reason why it's not kind of pointed out. But it's the same style of home, same style of lot, and it fits in very well in that community. And I think this plan is even a little less dense and provides more and better use of the open space. One question was brought up of the greater impact because of the density, and I wanted to kind of nix that kind of myth that despite being denser, the design would be a little less of an impact. And the reason being is because it's a PUD, we're able to keep closer setbacks, so we move all the houses closer to the road. That means less pavement. We don't have the big side entry garages, large patios. It's really when you start looking at it, and the way I did this analysis was I just took 3 adjacent homes and compared it to what 3 new homes, and overall the amount of pervious surface or the amount of pavement roofs is probably going to end up being less of an impact on the site than an equivalent 21 units, which is about 1.6 units per acre, if we put that there. Another big concern was drainage, and to understand the drainage, you kind of have to have a little background. So the Whispering Springs, you can see on the west side of here, there's a pond that sort of overflows into an open channel, and it drains along the side of our site, the south side of this 13.3 acres, and it's picked up by a pipe and a catch basin, and then in a storm system, and then carries over to the pond there. So I can tell you without a doubt that our development is not going to make it any worse. We're not allowed to. It's regulated. It's the engineers review the plans, and they make sure that everything fits within the property parameters. So we can't release more water or release water at a greater rate than previously designed. So if anything, it's going to make the problem better. And I really think that there is an opportunity to make the problem better, especially with the design that we're laying out here. So one of the reasons being is because we're going to start bringing everything into a retention basin. So whether instead of a lot of this rain falling on the ground and going into this channel, We're going to bring it all back into a storm system that carries into our retention basin, and we have a lot more control over the water when we bring it into that retention basin and release it. So really what it's saying is 12.5 acres that's currently just bypassing any sort of detention and filling up this area to the south, well, actually to the south and east of our site. That corner there is sort of flooding. So what we're doing is we're taking all that water and we're putting it through our storm system, and hopefully we can tie into a storm system that's there directly, so it's a lot more efficient way of handling the water there. So again, it's definitely not going to make things any worse. More than likely, it's going to be just as good, if not better, than it is currently. So just to point out some of the other goals laid out in the comprehensive plan, and these are kind of pulled directly out of the comp plan. So to promote a new housing type that recognizes the shift in market demographics and demand. It's a big thing that we're hearing everywhere that we develop right now and everywhere that we build homes, because so many people are changing the way they want their homes, and they don't necessarily want the large acre lots. It encourages cluster development to preserve open spaces. Again, we're preserving over 40% of this site. It encourages context-sensitive infill, so we're really trying to keep things compact and being aware of their borders and keeping those edges, a lot of green space around the edges, and it encourages that infill. It provides a variety of quality open spaces, so beyond the walking trails, we also have a pond and a gazebo planned, and it promotes proper maintenance. So maintenance is all going to be handled by an HOA, so everyone can be assured that this community is going to be kept up to a professional manner. Again, this just kind of reiterates some of them. Substantially more open space. We're guaranteeing high-quality exterior finishes. So what we're going to is guarantee that everything from roof to grade is going to be high-quality brick, stone, or hardy board. So those high-quality finishes, even if there's an exposed foundation, we're going to carry that all the way down to grade, because the price point here and the type of homes that are around it demand that type of finish on the outsides. There'll be further setbacks. Traditional R2, R3 zoning would only have a 30-foot setback from your rear of your house. We have a 40-foot buffer around the entire property, and on top of that, we have the additional rear setback, which we're proposing as 25 feet. Our HOA documents will demand that there's no structures in the backyard, so in order to allow an HOA to maintain this, you can't put trampolines, swing sets, things like that in the backyards of these communities. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to mow it efficiently. Guaranteed a professional lawn maintenance, and then we're also bringing in a new pond. So just to point out some of the amenities that we're offering, walking paths in and around that pond, and we plan on a gazebo. Also, through the course of this presentation and the process, we have committed to putting another trail of some sort on the, it's on the top of it, which is the west side of the property, and we just have to get into more detail of how that's graded and how that works in, but we will commit to doing that. We're offering a gazebo for residents, for a place to enjoy and the outdoors. And so again, we have sidewalks all along the frontage of the community, all along the streets, and then we're adding these other walks into the open spaces. Our entrance monument, of course, is always very important for us because it's the front door of our community. It's how we attract buyers. So we'll have a bold view as residents turn off Mason Road, and just to further enhance the community. These are just some examples of recent entry monuments, and it would be sort of the same scale and scope. The HOA and amenities, again, all these people are moving into these homes in hopes of less maintenance. So the HOA maintains and treats all lawns. They mow all lawns. That's front and backyards. They take care of shoveling driveways and walks. Again, the HOA documents eliminate unsightly structures, and the open spaces and entry monuments are also all maintained by the HOA. These are some examples of the architecture being proposed there. We build them in several communities. Probably, I'd say the closest is probably over in Loveland. There's an Elliott Farm community that has a lot of these and have been hugely successful. Their square footages range from about 1,800 feet to 2,300 square feet. And our sales price is starting at 4,000 or 450,000. I would anticipate that to be much, much higher, only because of the demographic of the buyer. Again, most of these people are downsizing into smaller homes, so they usually have larger lots, larger homes, and they put a lot of upgrades and a lot of finishes into these style of homes. So that usually pushes the prices from $550 to $600. These are some just examples of our interior architecture and what they look like. One thing to point out in the bottom right-hand corner is the exterior space. With these patio homes, a lot of the exterior spaces are built into the footprint because they can't build decks, they can't build patios off the back side of the home. So it's all kind of built into the house from the start. So again, I appreciate your time. We're very excited about this project. We think it's a great fit. We think it is a great, it could serve the Mason area hugely for this. One of the things that when we look at a site like this is we do a sort of demographics and market research, and we say, what do the people want in this area? And overwhelmingly, patio homes has come up as number one on our list. So we think it would be a great use of the property, and I welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maines. We're going to have to pause for just a second. I heard that we are maybe a little bit over capacity in this room, so Mr. Hansen's going to address that real quick.
Yeah, and I don't want to be awkward or to embarrass anyone, but I'm reminded by our campus safety team, we have to maintain a certain capacity in the room or shouldn't exceed it. At a minimum, the hallways or the passageways need to be cleared. We can't have folks sitting in areas of egress. Ideally, if I know there's a seat, I think, available up here. There may be a couple there. If you could find a seat, we have to clear the passageway here to continue the meeting. Ideally, either in a seat or maybe one deep along the walls. So I'm sorry, I don't want to be
And we
awkward or
want to keep
embarrassing.
everybody safe,
but-
so we'll take a minute to transition there. And if you're young and healthy and you've got great knees and you still have all your hormones and you see somebody that might need a seat, please give it up.
We have just across the hallway here, you should be able to see as well as hear the meeting. We have a TV out in the atrium that you'll be able to hear and see as well. I would expect that some people that may be here for the public hearing may sit for that, and that may vacate additional space. Our officers will then allow more people in to provide more exposure within the building.
Yeah. And just a friendly reminder, too, this public hearing is very important to many, many people, so we want to make sure that we give them full opportunity to get through this with minimal distractions, if not any distractions, please.
I know there's one more seat up here at the front.
Matt, I'll break the ice with a question. It's something that I didn't get around to asking at the public hearing. And I actually walked the property, and I've recognized now from seeing it in person in the 3 dimensions that it's higher on one side. So if you're looking at the screen, it's sloped from the top part being on the left side of the top side of the photo down to the bottom. And so there's a kind of a ditch that runs around the left and bottom sides. And one of the issues that some residents had back there was they're accustomed to a view of greenery and being able to see, this field, and they're concerned about the density of the patio homes and their view. And my question is there any way to remediate that with some type of landscaping or berming, even though you have that ditch to work with? Because we can't make the water flow worse, and we know that, and it won't happen, but is there any way to offer some screening there? It's just something we didn't talk about at Planning Commission.
Yeah, we'd be very open to providing ample screening and prefer to provide a lot of screening on the back sides of those homes. It benefits us just as much as the neighbors. We have to be sensitive of the ditch only because it's probably a nationwide waterway, so we really can't impact it without a lot of additional permits and things like that. But that doesn't, there's 40 feet of buffer there for a reason, and that's plenty of room to provide additional screening. So, how to quantify that, I'm not sure. I mean, I know a lot of municipalities have screening kind of stipulations, X amount of trees per 100 feet, and we would definitely be open to screening those edges however we need to.
Could we, if council had the interest, could we incorporate that, some type of language into the legislation that would require screening? I'm not sure how to do it exactly, but I'm just wondering if council were amenable to that, if it were, I have no idea what council is thinking as individuals in this group, but I'm just curious, is that an amendment we could make from the floor? Would that be something your company would be comfortable with?
Be open, and it's, I guess my question is just how do we quantify it? I don't know if, I know Jordy's frantically looking through a book here, so I didn't know if there was a buffer yard requirement. Again, some municipalities have, say, a buffer yard A, B, C, sort of a C being you provide so many evergreens, 10 evergreens per 100 feet or so on. So I guess I don't know how to, kind of on the spot, how to
Sure.
kind of quantify that.
Sure, okay. Thank you. Does anyone on council have questions for Matt Maines?
I do, Mayor.
Go ahead, you can go first, then Ashley, why don't you follow? Thank you.
First of all, I want to say thank you for coming in today. Your houses are beautiful. These are lovely. I did take the time. I was called by the residents and asked to walk, so I've walked this property and spoke with the residents. These are very beautiful homes here, and when they originally purchased this land or purchased these homes, they purchased it with the knowledge that these were R1 single-family residential behind them. I will not be voting for this because I believe it would really, the fair market value of these homes will go down having this planned unit development behind them. I'm going with the Planning Commission's recommendation to deny it because of density, lot size, and drainage. They were not confident that these issues would be good for our city, so I really have to take the Planning Commission and their recommendation. So I will not vote for it, but I do want to say these are beautiful homes, and hopefully there's a different area in Mason that you could locate these to.
Can I make a comment about that?
Absolutely.
So, and I appreciate that they were purchased with the understanding, but I think part of the struggle here is that it's just an incompatible zoning right now. This is sort of the last holdout when everyone else around them has been allowed to develop to a greater density and to all these PUDs all around the greater area, to 1.7, 1.6 with less open spaces. And I think now this piece of property is being held to a sort of a different standard. And, we owe it to our sellers to kind of, on their behalf, to kind of rally for this. And we think it's sort of, can we build at the same density? Yes, we probably can. I don't think it's going to be as good of a plan. Whether it's us, whether it's another developer, it's not going to give them the same setbacks. It's not going to give them the same green space. And I just think it's not as quality of a plan as this one. And again, when everyone else has been allowed to develop at a greater density around them. Thank you.
I don't want to be a broken record, but this is beautiful. The product is great. I had the opportunity to call staff and talk through this with them in regards to what the Planning Commission, because I know they said no to this. So I asked them why, and Councilmember Nelson identified those, and they sent them back to you and said, hey, let's figure out a plan. Let's figure out something that could come here. And with the incompatible zoning, my question to you is, did you try? I mean, have you guys looked and given an evaluation effort of looking at the three stipulations that they said, this is why we're doing it, with the lot size, with the density, and with the stormwater? Because I would be very curious to see what that might look like, opposed to, because I think what happened was you guys came back and just said, no, we're going to have to stay to this plan, which I completely respect, because you guys know what's going to work, but obviously with where we are, we sit up here and, we can't get into the details of everything and have to trust our committees and planning commission. And so I was just wondering, what type of effort did you guys look into as saying, we hear you? And on the stormwater, just to guarantee it, I would also like to see a little more in-depth, explanation of how it would not impact it better. Because if that retention pond was there, isn't that what's, I don't understand why Planning Commission ever had problem with that, or was that added?
It was added, and I think there's a little bit of misunderstanding there. I think throughout the process of the Planning Commission, I think some of the staff, some of the engineer kind of clarified that we're not going to make it worse and that we can't make it worse. So I think they just wanted reassurance of that. The way that retention pond is going to help it is, again, it collects water and releases it. It has a structure on it that releases water at a certain rate. So none of those controls are currently in place. It just kind of, if it rains hard, it dumps in there. With a retention pond, once it rains, it kind of has different stages where it's allowed to fill up that pond before it starts kind of flowing into that detention structure. And so that's how it releases the water at a slower rate. And by bringing everything sort of internally into our system and then through that pond, that's how we're able to control it. The second question, we took a lot of effort. I mean, before we even start a project, we're always going to try to go in with the standard zoning because it's what it's what's easiest.
Makes it a little easier on you.
Right? So we took a lot of effort before that meeting. We took a lot of effort after that meeting. At the end of the day, we have to ask ourselves, we've gone down this path for a reason, and the reason being is because we think this is a better plan, not only for the Dries Company, we think this is a better plan for Mason, we think this is a better plan for the surrounding people. I think I might actually have it at the end. So, this is kind of a similar one. What it would look like is 21, so they asked us to reduce density. We're trying to maximize the potential of a piece of property that a lot of people need homes right now. So we're trying to maximize this by providing these patio homes. We can provide a similar lot styles in this 21 lot layout, but what you'll see here is there's a lot more pavement, it's a lot more spread out. The drainage kind of becomes an issue because of the houses and trying to drain in between the houses. There's less setbacks, less distance. So for some people, it may be better for them. For one or two people, for overall the community, we're providing 40% of dedicated open space.
How much does the 21 lots have, does it say?
I'm sorry?
The open space percentage.
Well, I guess what I'm saying, with a 21 lots, if we go in at an R2 or an R3, that's a similar type of this, there's no guarantee. We don't necessarily have to provide, if the zoning's approved, we don't necessarily have to provide any amount of open space. We don't have to provide the exterior finishes that we're guaranteeing. We don't have to provide trails or a pond. They could put a dry detention basin that's probably more efficient, but it's definitely usually doesn't look as good. So, we looked at this and said, can we build this? Yes, we can build it, but we just don't think it's as good of a plan. And so, it would, be disingenuous of us to a certain degree to kind of stop and say, all right, we'll just go with this because it's easier. And so we just think this is a better plan. It's a product, again, I go back to, it's a product that is what's really in demand, which are these patio homes and these small lot patio homes. If you put less patio homes on there, it becomes a strain on the HOA. It may not be a viable project. I haven't run through all the numbers,
Sure.
But this is what we think is the winning project.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else? Not at this time? Okay. Thank you. Be on standby. We may have more questions as we go. Are there audience members who would like to speak to this? Mr. Burrell, would you like to start us off? Thank you. Yes, you may hand those out. I think Mr. Burrell, if I'm not mistaken, has been kind of a point man for some of the neighbors, and they're certainly welcome to address us as well, but he's got a presentation he'd like to show us.
Yeah, to try and keep things efficient, just a couple of us are going to talk, myself and Chris. Yeah. So yeah, John Burrell, 6370 Caddy's Way. I live in Sunset Ridge, and I'm here representing the Sunset Ridge community. Maybe folks that are from the community could raise their hand. There are a bunch of us here, although I think we're being lost in the sea of people. Or maybe they're here to hear about our concerns as well. I don't know. So I just want to stress right out of the gate that we're not opposed to the development of the property. We know the sellers. We're good friends with the sellers. We count them as friends, and we'd really like to try and figure out a solution to some of the concerns that we have, and that's ultimately our concern tonight. We have three basic issues, and in fact, we think the development of the property can resolve potentially some of those issues as long as we work together. So the three issues that we want to talk are the home density itself, the storm surge flooding, and then the silt buildup, which we haven't heard anything yet that's happening in our pond. Are you going to be the turner? I will be the turner. All right, thank you. So this is the property. Let's go ahead. We'll crank through some of these. You've already seen that with the Dries slide. So what you're looking at here has been described. The red line that you see on the left-hand side is the artist rendition with the mouse showing the ditch. It is a dirt ditch. It's about 6 feet wide, about 3 to 4 feet deep, and it spans about 700 feet. It's on the seller property up until the last 70 feet or so, at which point it goes into a 48-inch culvert. And so if you go to the next slide, I think we have a picture of that. So this is looking directly at the 48-inch pipe, and then the other picture is looking in the other direction. You get a sense of what this ditch is like. It's a ditch. It's not groomed in any way. It's a dirt ditch. So next slide. So I mentioned that storm surge is a concern, and this is something that has really developed over the last 5 to 8 years in our estimation. And as we talk locally, we think what's happened is with the completion of our development, Sunset Ridge, and the completion of Whispering Springs, and we believe potentially part of the Rosemont development, with all those things developed now, we get these surges of storm water that end up the upper left there. You see the Whispering Springs pond that Matt referred to. And that's a direct spillway. So as soon as that loads up, it comes right down that ditch. And so just to respond to some of the comments Matt made about their plan for stormwater management of the property, right now we think that much of that is being absorbed in the property itself. And so I can appreciate their plan to try and manage the upper part of the property with 28 homes, roofs, and new roads. At the end of the day, though, when we have a 5+ day rain event, that's going to be overloading right into and on top of that 48-inch culvert. And I appreciate that some of you have seen the videos. We're not going to show the videos again tonight for the sake of time, but I appreciate a couple of you asked for links and saw them, and the video shows that 48-inch culvert completely underwater. And that happens about once a year. That's a pretty typical 5+ day rain event. And so even if that pond's filled up, it's going to spill over. Eventually, it's got to come down to our culvert, which is already spilled over. So we don't think that fully solves the problem, just from the seller property. And it certainly does not address the problem of the storm surge from Whispering Springs and Rosemont. And so go to the next slide, please, Jordy. This is a picture from the second floor of the resident looking towards my house. In fact, that's my house, the one with the white top, and you can see the flooding. So that's a 4 to 5 foot flood event. And it's hard to tell, but way in the distance, there's a little arrow. That's the ditch. And the ditch is brimming. And that's typical after a 3 to 5 day rain event. If you go to the next slide. We had one very significant rain event we think is about 7 years ago. And you can see the dimensions of that. One neighbor had flooding in their basement. In my case, you can see the 6370, that's where I live. My sump pump discharge was underwater, and my sump pump runs all the time. Like it'll cycle, shut down, and then 5 to 8 seconds later it's back on. And so I've had to come up with, alternatives to route the water to get it out. And this is the kind of issue that we're looking for help to solve. This is really what we're asking. And we believe that the development of this property is an opportunity to do that. So that's our concern with respect to storm surge. And I'd like to transition now to the silt concern that we have. And so we've got a beautiful pond. It's 1.6 acres. Lots of people enjoy it. You drive by that pond. It's one of the nicest big open spaces. And we started to notice some erosion, and we knew that we've been hearing other ponds in the area filling up with silt. And so we went ahead and brought in a firm. One more point. So if you look at the discharge of the pipe, and by the way, it's about 500 feet, so it's 200 feet, 200 feet, and then about 130 feet, that arrow that's bent. And the interesting thing about the erosion that we're seeing is it's directly opposite that 48-inch discharge into our pond. It's like the barrel of a gun, and when you look at the erosion, and now you can go to the next slide, Jordy, on the opposite end of the bank, I apologize, it's hard to see, but that's where the erosion's occurring. And so we're engaging with a firm to help us solve that. We are not asking for any help from anyone to solve. That's our problem. We're going to deal with that. But again, we want to try and address the additional loading that we think is causing some of this damage in the first place. So this is a picture of our pond. So you're seeing a bunch of lines there. They represent the depth of the pond. It's about 18 to 20 feet deep. And you can see the deepest point is right at the discharge, and then you can see where it goes under the culvert on Hamilton Mason Road. And so we had a firm come in, Kenton New came in, and they did a quick survey. They determined that the pond was 18 feet deep. They also determined that we had 18 inches of silt at this point. And if you look at the second video that we sent, you'll see lots of muddy water. That's where the silt is coming from. The only place that dirt can be coming from is that dirt ditch. So if you go to the next slide, do the quick math based on the area. We're talking about 10, 20 cubic yard dump truck loads of silt that are in our pond so far. The very rough estimate to come in and deal with that by dredging, it's just, you don't ever want to do it. It's a 6-figure number. We're a 77 home community. We don't have the value of scale to be able to quickly absorb that. So obviously we want to try and prevent it. Go to the last slide, or we're almost at the end. So this is what we're looking for. We're looking for help to address what we believe are these sudden rain events that happened over a 5+ day time frame. And I do projects like this. I believe there are solutions. I think we'll need to work together to find them. But we're asking for help from the city to figure this out as we develop that property so that we can address these two issues. Any questions before I turn it over to Chris?
Hi, my name is Chris Copulus. I'm also a resident of Sunset Ridge. Thank you for your time this evening. I want to speak a moment on our concerns about the density. So as was mentioned earlier, there is a comprehensive plan that dictates how this land should be developed in the future, and it's currently zoned for low-intensity residential. The goal of that is to protect existing low-intensity neighborhoods, and it's our feeling that this proposal does not meet that goal. The comprehensive plan has a guideline of 1 unit per acre. This plan is over double that. The point has been made previously that there are other communities in the area that are developed at a higher density than the comprehensive plan. That is the case, but none that are to this extent. This neighborhood is 50% more dense than the adjacent neighborhoods. So yes, there is a precedent of going beyond the guideline, but not nearly by this much. The lots that are being proposed in this neighborhood are over 50% smaller than the adjacent neighborhoods. So what we're seeking is a compromise with the developer. Obviously, we want development. We love Mason. We want to see more people moving into Mason. That being said, we want it done in a way that's respectful to the neighbors and to the community. And so we want to collaborate on a plan that is more respectful to the surrounding neighborhoods and addresses some of these density concerns. I also want to comment on a bit the process. So as was mentioned before, we voiced these concerns at the Planning Commission meeting several months ago. Unfortunately, Dries has not addressed the concerns of the community. They've come back with the same proposal. We really would like to work together and try to find a solution to develop the property responsibly, and that's what we're seeking. The last thing I want to address was there was a slide on the screen, and actually, is it possible to go back to the presentation here, this slide?
Yeah, you can just use the arrows to go through.
Okay. Can we get that on the screen?
Oh, yeah. Can we switch over to laptop?
So I want to point to the plan on the right. We don't feel that that's been a good faith effort to explore an option with lower density. So this plan has no green space. It has no plan for addressing drainage. So I agree that's not a good plan. It doesn't have a lot of the things that it needs to have. But I feel that that's not been a good faith effort to try to find a way to address the density concerns of the community. So thank you for your time. Mark, any other comments?
Yeah, do you have that one more page?
Did you want to show? Yeah, I think what we wanted to point out with this illustration is just how impactful the density is. And you can see as you look out into this community, you're going to be facing a wall of 7 houses that are separated by just a very small amount of green space. And as mentioned before, the property is on a hill, so you'll look at a hill basically full of 28 houses. And so we just feel that this is not a good fit with the adjacent communities and have quite some concerns about the density. Next slide. So in summary, we're supportive of development. We just want to develop that in a responsible, respectful way to the community. So we want to partner to address some of our concerns around drainage, around the silt buildup in our pond, and also address the density. So thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. And if you have any questions, we'd be happy to address your questions.
Sorry. Would anyone else like to speak for or against this matter? Come on up, sir. State your name and address for the record. And
hello, I'm Jeff Allison. My address is 21639 Board Road. I'm in Marysville, Ohio. I am not a resident of Mason, but my family's here. I am the son and oldest child of the owners of the tracts of land are for discussion tonight, Jim and Judy Allison. Better? Okay. Anyways, I graduated from Mason, so I am from Mason. I just don't happen to live here presently. I spoke at the advisory committee meeting also. I just want to give a brief recap of my family's history here. My great-grandmother was the first of our family to graduate from Mason back in 1905. I am the first of 4th generation to graduate, and recently my sister's children graduated, and they are the 5th generation to come through Mason High School. We have a long, long history in Mason. My dad's family then bought this property under discussion in 1941. They lived on it, farmed it, raised a family there. After my grandmother died, the property went to my dad and his 3 siblings. Over the years, my parents were able to buy out his siblings and became sole owners of the property. Eventually, an offer came from the developer, and Sunset Ridge was developed. And at the last meeting, there were a few issues that came up and concerns from some of the residents. I would like to address those from some of the Sunset Ridge. The drainage, obviously, we've heard repeatedly about the problem there. I have worked that land as a nursery since 1989, and I farmed it prior to that, and believe it or not, we had cross-country practice on that property way back when I was in high school. So I'm very familiar with the lay of the land. The water has definitely increased, particularly after Whispering Springs went in. I have worked it, I've seen it over the years, I've seen the influx of water. That is a legitimate concern. The detention pond proposal was discussed repeatedly at the last meeting. Matt discussed it. The assistant engineer went over it and over it, and I don't know if anybody couldn't understand it or would not understand how it works. I have a direct question for the engineer, if I may, please. If it's properly engineered and installed and maintained correctly, will it control the flow of water?
The basin shown? Yeah, it should.
Okay, thank you very much. As far as the pond maintenance, that came up the last meeting repeatedly also. One neighbor kept saying he didn't want to see the cattails growing potentially. Matt has gone on that it will be in the HOA to maintain the pond, the same as Sunset Ridge has it in their HOA. They must maintain that pond. It will be continue and repeatedly going on. Excuse me one second here. Anyways, we also had one homeowner complain that our father would not allow him to run his downspout line across Allen's property to reach the ditch, which is actually called the Little Muddy. It does have a name. Anyways, our father is one of the most generous and kind-hearted men you ever want to meet. Until you cross him, he will be like the mule that sets his feet, and you will not get anything out of him. I'm going to give you some issues on what we've gone through. Sunset Ridge are great. We've had some repeated issues over the years that finally led my father to say, you know what, I am done. First off was the city of Mason. My father and mother donated some land for a Snyder extension. That was given to the city to put the road through. After the development through, Snyder was done, there was an article in the Mason paper popped up that said they gave all the credit to the developer for donating the land. My dad went irate. He said, I don't want the accolades, but by God, I don't want anybody else to get them either. So Mason started the issue with improper acknowledgement who did that. We also had, at one point in time, we had arrows being shot into the property. I was raising a nursery back there. You talk about a mowing hazard. I'm mowing down, there's arrows sticking in the ground repeatedly. I found one stuck into a tree, made it automatically unsaleable at that point, had to cut it down, get rid of it. I've had to discuss the owner, finally got that issue resolved. We had a resident using his own personal driving range. Again, mowing issue when I'm in the nursery on a tractor, and I've got golf balls pinging everywhere, not to mention damaging trees and shrubs that were back there at the time. I've had numerous times of brush and debris thrown over the creek or in the creek, which almost all of it is on the Allison property. I've had to send letters. I go down through Sunset Ridge, pick the address up, send a letter to the homeowner. Can you please clean that stuff up? I had one woman come out and say, what's the big deal? It's just a field. My response was, yes, it is, but it's not your field. There's been a continued lack of property rights, from my point of view, coming across the creek on the other side. There were landscape beds installed that were way beyond the property line. I had one gentleman was cutting the sod out, and I kind of yelled across the creek when I was on the tractor and said, you know you're across the property line. I said, what's the big deal? Does it matter? I went, well, if I put some beds on your property, would you be fine with that? Obviously not. Again, it's just a field, but it's not their field. There was also an issue, they were talking about property values. I did some research. I looked in, pulled up some Mason valuations on some of the properties. There are patio homes in Whispering Springs right next door. The homes directly around them are at or above Sunset Ridge valuations that are directly adjacent to our property. So I'm not a realtor. That's not my specialty, but common sense says I don't think that's going to be the truth. Because if you look at the valuation next door, directly next door, they are holding. This brings you to a statement made by Dick Staten at the last meeting. He said the patio homes would be a bad precedent for Mason. If I'm not mistaken, that precedent's already been made. They are directly next door in Whispering Springs. So again, the precedent set, it's not for me to decide. My primary concern as the son of my parents is for this land. It's been in the family, I said, for a long time. It is in our blood. My initial reaction, whoops, not even there, sorry. My initial reaction when I first saw the proposal was, this actually works. This property, that works on the property. I mean, again, I know it. I know the drainage. I know virtually everything there is to know about that land. I said, this subdivision works for that property, and I think it will work for Mason also. If you get into population density, which is generally lower, I'm not going to hold numbers. I do have a friend that's in development up in Columbus also. The draw on the schools are usually less because they are, again, second home or later term buyers. Traffic flow is less because they're usually moving after people are going to work and coming home from work, et cetera, et cetera. Again, I'm not a Mason resident, but I am a Masonian. I still am, and I still care about the area. I do thank you for your time tonight for letting me speak.
Thank you, Mr. Allison. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Allison, the property owner? Anyone? Okay. Anyone else like to speak for or against this issue? Sure, yes, you may.
So, again, I just wanted to respond to a couple of the comments to sort of bridge the gap there. As far as the layout, I will tell you this, the layout, the 21 lot layout is what an R2 or an R3 type zoning would be. So that's equivalent. In fact, it's the exact homes that are surrounding it. That is what I took their outlines and put it in there. So it is very representative of what a layout would be with an R2 or R3. And that's part of the reason you have to keep those further setbacks from the road. There is screen space, there is a place for drainage. Granted, it's smaller, and that's why you would go with a dry basin that maybe is smaller but more efficient. So that's part of the reason why we think this plan is kind of the winner, is a better fit. Sort of bridge the gap, we are very happy to work with the community and very happy to try to resolve some of the issues. We can't necessarily fix some pre-existing conditions, so we really can't do anything about the overflows in Whispering Springs. What I can offer to do is we can work to try to over-detain in that detention basin, meaning we'll size it up a little bit larger, say 5% or a little bit larger, to try to gather more water, make it bigger, so those bigger rain events, it can collect even more water. So we'll work with the engineers. Usually this is stuff that happens a lot further along in the process, so we're not to kind of get into the details and nail those down, but we're definitely committed to doing that. The silt, those retention pond, it will act as a water quality control management, meaning that we have to, whenever we're building, we have to put silt fence around the entire property. And I know it's farmed, I know some of it was, put orchards there, so that left some bare ground. When we build, we're going to silt fence around the entire property. We're going to make sure no silt, or we're going to try to manage any silt that leaves the property. And the county monitors us, OEPA monitors us, and they all ensure that we're doing everything properly. And if there is some of the silt fence comes down, we make sure we fix it right away. So those are the type of things that we can do. And even after construction, everything, when we bring everything into that retention pond, what that does is it acts as water quality control, so that silt filters down to the bottom of that pond, and it collects that silt before it then moves on into the future. So again, if anything, it's going to make the problem better. We'll have equipment on site, we'll have contractors. I'll also commit to, helping them out in any way. We'll consult with them, we'll provide some guidance. We, hopefully we have guys mobilized there, maybe they can help them out with their pond at the same time. So, it's hard to put that into numbers, so, I can't commit to saying that we'll do this or that and clean out the pond for them. But we will commit to help them out in any way possible, and even provide some guidance or even some assistance in any way we can. And then as far as the view, we'll once the landscaping's matured, I can't say we'll put enough screening in to screen it to say 50+% around the edges of this property, if that helps out. So really, it's like they said, we want to develop it. I think this is the way to do it, and we're willing to kind of meet them halfway on that and kind of help them manage the situation.
Okay, so on the screening, you're saying 50+% more than what's the minimum standard requirement for a PUD?
I don't necessarily know if there is a standard requirement listed. I'm saying that I'm trying to figure out how to word it to where we'll put enough trees in that it screen the edges to say maybe it's not 100%, because 100% would just be a fence barrier around the entire thing. But we'll put enough trees to say 50% to where there's maybe pockets in there to make it look more natural. I don't want to I wouldn't want an fence around the entire area. I think it would look sort of artificial.
Yeah. Jordy, did you have something that you could add to that question?
Yeah, so for the PUD, the buffer that you saw, that 40-foot buffer around the property, that's our like landscaping screening requirement for the PUD. And there's no specific number of tree requirement because all of the uses around it are also single-family homes. So if a condition was made, we can work when we get to the landscape plan on what that would look like, and we can include more trees. But as it stands right now, there is no number tree buffer that I can give you.
Thank you, that really helps. Is Mr. Allison still here? Could you come back up? I have a follow-up question for you, if you don't mind. Oh, he left? Oh, sure, come on up. He spoke to, he did not share with us something that I remember him explaining to us at our planning commission meeting. He spoke to the reasons why your family was ready to sell, and I think it's really fair for all of council to hear that, and we're really going to have to lower that for you. He got all the height genes in your family.
Yeah.
He took them all from you.
5'2", Dad's 6'2", so, you know.
Oh, man. Yeah, so I don't know, can you guys lower the boom there for?
But I have a very loud voice, so that's not a problem.
Thank you,
Okay.
Matt.
I am-
I think this is worth hearing for all of us.
I am Jennifer Allison Palguda, and I'm going to be a little emotional, so I apologize for that, which is why I was trying to let Jeff speak and me not. I am, as you have already heard, I am a graduate of Mason. Our family has been here for many, many years. I'm one that went to Ohio State, and I stayed in Columbus area, so I live in Black Lick, Ohio. This was not an easy decision for our family to make. Our parents, which anybody who has aging parents know how fortunate we are to have both of them still alive in their 80s. However, in the last few years, it has been very difficult for them to care for that property. My brother, sister, and I have done everything that we can, and we left them in the farmhouse as long as we could. They are now at Otterbein Home. Presently, our father is in the hospital. He went in last night. We don't know, what is going on, and our mom is not well either, with some sort of dementia. We're not sure exactly, but we feel that we have done everything we can to stay on this property, to let them stay on the property as long as they could, and we are just at the point where we cannot care for it anymore. So that is why we made the very difficult decision to put it up for sale. And, we feel that we have worked with Dries, to come up with the best plan possible. We feel that this is best for the property. Like Jeff said, to see, it kind of up there on a screen, it's kind of hard to imagine that not being our farm anymore. It was hard when they sold Whispering Springs Farm, or the Sunset Ridge, area farm. That was part of our farm over to Snyder Road. As Jeff mentioned, Dad donated land for that extension to go in. So it was, that was a part of our farm that we farmed that for many, many, many years. So that was a difficult decision a little over 20 years ago. We are at the point, like I said, that they cannot be there anymore. We cannot care for it anymore. So that we had to, sell the property and do what was best for our parents, because they're going to need care, and they're going to need the money for the care. Anything else?
Any questions? It can only come from council during the public hearing, ma'am. Thank you, though. Thank you. Anyone from council? Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, anything, Mr. Burrell, you can come back up for a minute.
Just wanted to clarify that I have every confidence that Dries will do a great job during the construction process and silt removal. That's not something that we're concerned about. I also have every confidence that the detention basin that they'll design will operate as they've described. What we're still very concerned about is the ditch. That's where all the silt is coming from. That's where the storm surge from Whispering Springs and maybe a little bit from Rosemont is coming from. And what will happen with a 5 to 6 day rain event with the current proposal is all that'll back up, and then their very well-designed detention basin will overflow on top of that, and it will back up even more in the yards of the folks living alongside the property.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to make sure we're
Yeah.
clear on sources of silt and storm surge.
So I'm glad you brought that up. So the ditch is the source of the silt. And so, Matt, you mentioned something about a silt fencing or silt barrier
He was talking about construction.
during construction. Can you help explain, how can we mitigate problems with the ditch, if it's at all possible? Thanks, Mark, and we'll let you finish.
So we can mitigate problems that are on our property, or on the proposed property. So we will line the areas so no silt is coming from our property into that ditch.
During construction, right?
No, during construction and post-construction, because we are not allowed to take down all the silt fence. We're not allowed to take down those erosion control measures until grass is grown, things are sodded, everything is 100% stabilized. Only then can we start taking out the erosion control measures. And again, the county monitors that and the EPA monitors that. So we don't just build the house and then leave. We have to keep all that stuff in place. And then at the end of the whole process, we file what's called a notice of termination with the OEPA. And they say everything's stabilized the way it needs to be, meaning there's grass there or there's pavement and there's not bare silt. And silt is the biggest problem for our streamways, and so they take it very seriously. And so only at that point do we remove the silt fence, do we remove the covers that are in the catch basins. They have sort of fabric on them that keeps silt from going into the storm system.
So, Matt, if the OEPA says, if they say what you're doing with the silt isn't working, then what happens?
They confine us, they demand that it happens. It just, quite frankly, it doesn't happen because we will fix anything that during and construction. And they also have, you lay out a plan for post-construction management of the stormwater with them throughout this whole process. So you make sure that, the ponds, if the ponds, so our retention pond, if it fills up, it has to be dredged out because it's no longer capable of holding the right amount of water, and we write that into the HOA, so the HOA is then responsible for any of those problems. So the HOA becomes the owner of all those issues. And, just like us as the owner of the property or a private owner, if they're doing something wrong, the OEPA can fine or dictate that they need to fix it.
Okay. Thank you. Mark, do you have any other follow-up questions or comments?
Just to clarify and really agree with what he's saying, during the construction phase, that I'm not concerned at all about that. It's the dirt ditch. It's the current dirt ditch. And correct me if I'm wrong, but you're planning to not touch the ditch.
Right. We are, so
All that storm management's going to be on the north or the upper elevated part of the property. I'm sure it'll work great, except for the time when it overflows into our system after a 5-day rain event, and all our yards will be flooded. And so what I'm really trying to make sure people understand is if we don't deal with the dirt ditch, then our pond's going to fill up with silt. That's the part I'm concerned about.
You want, Mayor?
Question?
We've been talking.
Okay. Who wants to go first?
Ashley.
Well, I'm sitting here and I see parties and I respect everybody's decision, how we're handling this. And is there a way to continue the public hearing and truly get like a storm water? I understand, we're talking about, two different not really opinions, but I think we're pinpointing the problem. And I don't hear a solution truly coming from the city side. So can we continue this to where, because, we sit up here, I'm not, I'm pro-business. I want to see development. But at the same time, we have to take care of the current situation too. So if there is a situation where it's going to cause additional problems and we haven't looked into it, or we can look into it more, and I think that's, because like I said, I respect John and Chris, what you guys are saying. There is one thing, you know, Chris, I get it, and Allison's, thank you guys so much for showing up and giving a detailed explanation of that. I've been here since 1980, and I've, you know, all my four-wheeling trails are gone. And, but at the same time, you know, we need to figure this out. It sounds like we have three parties, you know, current residents, the city, and Dries. And I think, you know, Councilmember Bradburn and I were talking, can we continue this and get more information?
I guess what our stance is, and sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, is that these problems do get fixed throughout the engineering process, and we kind of went over that last time. It's not a zoning issue necessarily.
I get that.
This is an engineering issue, and they do get fixed, and it will get fixed throughout the process.
Well, before I make the zoning decision, I mean,
I want the engineering.
I'd like to know more in regards to how it's going to be fixed opposed to it will be fixed.
Okay. And I guess I would look to the engineers to maybe explain how, can you help out any throughout the process? We can't fix a problem that's not on our property. We will resolve problems that are on our property. And, you know, if the ditch isn't functioning the way it should, then it's sort of on us to fix that or stabilize it. But if it is functioning the way it is, it should. And my understanding is most of the problems are sort of north of our property.
And to council's credit, the memo didn't express, it's true that we covered concerns about drainage and silt in the Planning Commission, but the memo wasn't real clear about how staff addressed it. So these guys haven't been exposed to what we were exposed to in Planning Committee or Planning Commission. The engineers were very, very confident and satisfied with their ability to deal with the concerns that the neighboring residents are bringing up as far as water flow, riparian rights, not exasperating anything or making it worse, and being able to engineer through the process. Just all of council isn't familiar with that. So I don't know what you could say to that, Kurt.
Why didn't Planning Commission, why did they still say no then?
I think that for the most part, they were stuck on the zoning issue.
Okay.
I think that there was one wild card in the vote, but the feedback that I recall, it was the density. And so.
I'd like to make a motion, we continue the public hearing to have our stormwater management department take a look at it. It appears that a lot of the problem is from Whispering Springs Pond spillway. Is that correct? Okay. I don't know what we can do about that. Okay, but I guess my question is to the stormwater management is how fast is this retention pond, which is your responsibility, Mr. Burrow, I think, correct? Or with your HOA, with your HOA, how fast is that filled up over the X number of years that it's been there? So
Would you like me to
give us an idea of how big the problem, you know, I see a cost estimate, and I understand that. I understand where you're looking at about $250,000 spread out across, what'd you say, 70-some houses?
77.
77, okay. And I feel for you. I know that situation because I live at the Oaks of Crooked Tree, and we had a problem. And Dries corrected it. They went in and they redredged the pond to make it what it was originally after the development. But this isn't Dries's pond, or it's your HOA pond. Well, if there's no problem, I don't see a problem in continuing the public hearing. We'll set a date, get some more information, and then see if the parties can't come up with something along with our engineering department. If council doesn't want to do that, that's fine.
Mayor, would this be more appropriate to go back to the Planning Commission?
I'm not sure.
No.
No, at this point, Planning Commission has had its public hearing. They've made their recommendation to council. And so at this point, it's up to council to make a determination.
Mayor, sorry, just
A quick question, because this is a zoning issue, right? So we're talking about going from R1 to these higher density homes. So I guess my question is, because we're talking about drainage out of this, is that if it's not rezoned, do you still have the drainage issues? Are those going to be there regardless?
Yes.
So,
So that's why we see the development of the property as an opportunity to solve them.
okay. So it's, well, okay. So the problem is there regardless. All right.
And I guess what our stance is that it'll be worked through with, at the appropriate time, which is, during the engineering phase, the improvement plan phase. That's the point we really get down to the nuts and bolts. We create a stormwater management plan. It's called a SWIP plan. And that just sort of shows where all the silt fencing, where any potential issues are, and that gets approved by OEPA and the county. So I guess in my mind it should be a non-issue because it is going to be as good, if not better. And we will, commit to even going kind of above and beyond that and helping out with the issue.
I guess I would go back to Councilmember Bradburn's points, Councilmember Chance's point about getting some better information back, as we could, so we have a better understanding what that's going to take, what it's going to look like to resolve that drainage issue, so we have better information.
Would you be looking for that information from Breeze, or is that more from the county engineers?
Yeah, and we're really going to need you to speak right into your microphones, everybody, because it's so noisy back there. I want to make sure you can be heard.
Clarify before we is that information from us or from the county engineers?
That's a great question, because this is kind of a strange aberration of protocol to demand the engineering stuff before we consider voting. And so I need some guidance on this. Help me.
Well, in the normal PUD rezoning process, this would not be the time that council would be considering the engineering issues. What's before you right now is the concept plan. And typically what would happen is council, planning commission makes its recommendation, it comes to council. Council considers this is a concept plan only. And let's just say, if council, in any PUD, if council approves the concept plan, that then gives the developer the knowledge to know that, okay, my concept has been approved, now I will go basically spend the money on the engineering work that has to be done. They typically don't do that until they get approval of the concept plan, because if they're not going to get approval of the concept plan, they don't do the engineering. But just to take the process to the next step, what would generally happen is if council approves a PUD concept plan, that's not the end, that's the end for council's determination, but it's not the end of the process. Then all of that engineering work has to be done. The final plan has to get, and all of that stormwater management, all of that has to get done. Then it will go back to planning commission for final development plan. And that's generally where all of the engineering review is done. So it is, I guess to your question, it is unusual to request engineering work to be done prior to the concept plan consideration by council.
Mayor?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
A procedural question to our law director in terms of, if I heard you correctly, we can't re-refer this back to the Planning Commission. But if we do not approve this, does that end the process for this concept, or can they reapply to the Planning Commission and restart that process at that level?
I'm gonna defer to the planners in the room, but in general, if council were to deny the concept plan, then that would be the end of the administrative review of this particular application. Developers are always free to submit new applications in the future. But that would be, if council were to deny it, that would be the end of this matter.
So then if they reapplied, it would go back through the Planning Commission?
It would start all over again. It would go back to Planning Commission for a recommendation, then ultimately to council.
All right. Thank you.
Any other questions from council? So, Councilmember Bradburn, I think you made a suggestion. Was it a motion? Did we have a second? And then,
I would second that motion because I get the normal procedures, but sitting up here, understanding it's triangulated between, we have homeowners, we have the city, and we have a developer. And I'm sitting up here making a decision without not enough information. And so I don't know if the proper protocol is that, I mean, I just need more information. I can't sit here and make a decision. And, you know, I don't want to kick out your plan. I know you guys have done a lot of work through your presentation. I've seen that. But at the same time, I'm not going to make a final decision because, again, I hear people, all three parties saying we want to work together. I hear the city saying it, I hear the developer saying it, I hear the homeowner saying it. But at the same time, there are issues and there are problems. And to Councilmember Stricula's point that the problems are there and they're going to stay there regardless if we address it or not. And I think that's on our end. And so I'm going to second the motion to continue the public hearing.
okay, is there any council discussion on the motion in the second? Anyone?
Does that motion need to have a date? But automatically to the next, I see.
Well, it's kind of like tabling. We could add a date as far as, it's not really a motion to table, but
You need a date.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think in fairness, and this will be my council discussion, my comment, I think it's unfair to the developer to ask him to go to the expense of engineering at this point in the process, and it's not the normal protocol. Is there something different that we could do to provide you with the answers that you need? Like you could sit down with the engineers on staff, because I feel like over and over again, staff members in Planning Commission and here tonight have said, along with the developer, we work with multiple government or agencies to make sure that we don't make the problem worse. It has to be the same or it has to be better. And I don't feel like that's being heard, and we're being unfair to the applicant by demanding more information from him. Maybe perhaps we could meet individually with staff or in a committee and go through it. Maybe the Public Works Committee could meet, and you guys could get a really good explanation on how the engineering works from staff. And we can come back and talk about it at the next meeting.
Do that. Yeah, because again, I just don't have enough.
Would that be a good compromise so they
Ms.
don't?
Burrell, my email, I think you have it. I would love to schedule a sit down and certainly visit it. And that's open invitation to you as well. And we can do that through that committee. I'd love to do that. Like I said, I'd love to sit down and find resolve. We have three entities that are sitting there kind of nodding yes, but there are some issues. Let's work through them. Let's figure out a way to do it.
What if we do, and I know I've kind of gotten away from the motion on the floor, but what if we schedule a committee meeting in short order, and you guys work with staff and the three parties, and you come back and report to council at the September meeting, the first meeting in September?
I would love to do that.
Would that be okay? Does that work for you, Councilmember Bradburn?
I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, should we say all in favor? I'm a little out of my Robert's rules at the moment. Any opposed to that solution so we don't add expense to our applicant? Okay, then let's move forward with that. So we'll suspend the public hearing for now. I'm sorry we don't have resolution. I'm so sorry we don't have resolution for you. And as all of you can see here, how important it is to all three parties. It really matters. And I thank council for your patience.
So just so we're clear, so the motion was to continue the public hearing in progress, and from what I've heard, until the September.
Yeah, the first meeting in
First meeting
September.
in September.
And
September 13th.
The Public Works Committee commits to scheduling a committee meeting as soon as possible with the engineers and all three parties who are willing to attend, and they're going to report back to council so that we can pick back up where we left off. Okay? Thank you. Thank you for everyone's patience. Okay, all in favor? Council?
Yeah. Yes.
Any opposed? Do I need a roll call? I don't need a, okay. So this might be a natural spot to take a quick 5-minute break. I know it's getting kind of late, but this is a good transition period. And Matt Maines, Mark Burrell, Jordy, Kurt, everybody, they're all going to be in touch, and we'll put together that meeting.
Thank you. All quiet.
Did I need to give a time for the end of the public hearing because? We didn't really end it. Okay, all right. Okay, we're ready to start back up again. I need a spoon and a glass.
We need their seat, please.
Thank for the break.
Please take your seats.
I like your glasses. Ooh. Sorry, I don't have a crystal glass and a spoon or a gavel or whistle, but it is so great to have you back here. That was a long 5-minute break, but it's really hard to stop when we're having so much fun. All right, audience, we're so glad you're here with us. You may have noticed we have a bit of an agenda of business items, so we have a proposal for you. How about we do 30 minutes of recognition of visitors this first round, go through our business, and then we'll do recognition of visitors again, which is at the end of the agenda. And a couple suggestions have been made, a couple things we could maybe even remove from the agenda and table tonight to help speed us up. They're not critical to tonight's business. So if that's okay, I know some of you have been here for hours and you're probably anxious to get home. We have a sign-up sheet. Council, normally we have a 5-minute time limit per speaker. Would we like to adjust that tonight? Is there a motion to that effect? We have 60-some speakers who have signed up. Do you still want to do 5 minutes? Let's do the math. That's 300 minutes. Yeah, we need a motion from council. We can cap it at 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 11.
I'm going to make the motion. I think what we can do is if we limit it to 2 minutes, and then if you don't get everything said, you can come back and get in line behind everybody else. That way everybody or more people get a chance to speak. Would 2 minutes be fair? I'm asking council.
Do we have a compromise?
Mayor, I'm good with 3 minutes. I'll make a motion for 3 minutes.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll
3
second
minutes.
that.
Thank you. All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? Okay, I need a motion to cap it at 30 minutes this first round. Is there a second? So,
Second.
okay, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay, I have a big favor to ask. Are there any people here that would like to address council about items on the agenda? If so, I'd love to see your hands because I'd like to hear from you first. Yes, sir, in the back. You'll have to come to the podium and speak loudly into the microphone because it's so crowded in here. Well, the cameras won't hear you. So we need you up there, and you state your name and address for the record and tell us what you're thinking about the legislation tonight.
Oh, my name's Joseph Moser. I live at 966 Sheffield Drive, Mason, Ohio, and I'm a property owner. So the only thing I saw tonight that I was asking for is, I guess, items on 19 and 20, and the specific question is authorizing the city manager to enter into contract for purchase of video school board for the Mason Municipal Aquatic Center in the amount of and then authorizing the city manager to enter into the contract, purchase timing equipment for Mason Municipal Aquatic Center. Is this Mason Aquatic Center, does this have anything to do with the Mason Community Center?
It's the new 50-meter pool that's being built behind the community center. And there's an outdoor leisure pool that's already open.
Right.
And the 50-meter pool is under construction. And they're somewhat related because the outdoor pool used to be under the umbrella of the community center. Are we still treating it that way at this point?
Yes, it can be packaged with membership at the community center.
Yes. Okay.
So when the city manager is authorizing this money, is it city tax dollars going towards this?
Yes.
Okay, so city residents like me are paying for it too. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
You're welcome. That was an easy one. Okay. Anyone else like to go? Now, friendly reminder, we shouldn't hoop and holler and clap from the crowd just because we have to maintain order. So I don't want to be a stick in the mud, but we'll have to stick to that. even though we do want to have fun. Mr. Stegbauer, please state your name and address for the record. It's great to see you.
Well, you've already done that. Yeah, I'm Randy Stegbauer, 5358 Hidden Creek Circle. And let me just state that if you guys want to clap, do that, please. I'm the troublemaker in the group. Just looking at some of the agenda items, one of the things that I've been having trouble with is you publish the agenda and then you don't publish the exhibits that go along with them. So it's hard to learn, and so I have to come up here and ask about them because I don't know if you're going to make a final decision here tonight on them. The first one is about the 2021-17, the resolution about the nonprofit corporations. Is this the second or the third change you're making to that?
That would be the third time.
Yes.
Third time's the charm.
So what I'm wondering about that, or the observation I'm making there, is that you obviously didn't consider the ramifications of it the first time. And maybe you should just table the whole thing, go back and work with the business managers and everybody to figure out what you really want to do before you make a proposal, because it's kind of slapdash in my eyes. And the second one, and I'm also wondering at the next one, 2021-18, about the opposition to the recreational marijuana. I'm wondering if the same thing's going to happen there. You're going to propose something and then realize, oh no, we forgot to make this exception, and have to come back and change it. Maybe publish exactly what what your goal is, and then propose something. Yeah, I think that's all I really had to talk about there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stegbauer. Anyone else? Have any items for the agenda? Okay, I don't see anybody, so I'm just going to start chipping away at our list, and I'm assuming that I'm not sure how to do this fairly other than to go in numerical order, but maybe what I'll do is I'll just do that for now, for the first 30 minutes. So James McMillan, you're first, Lori Vyers second, Nicole Laparati third. If you guys could be ready to make our meeting move as fast as we can. Oh, that's okay.
Hey, Mayor.
All right, how about we get all of our claps out for Mr. Stegbauer real quick. All right.
Mayor,
yes.
You said we were going to look at, we're going to table some things?
We can when we get to them during the city
Okay,
visit.
all
Just,
right,
yeah.
all right.
A suggestion was made to me in passing, so I thought, well,
That's
that might
a
be.
wise idea.
Yeah. Okay. Sir, Mr. McMillan.
Yeah, my name is James McMillan, 5195 Spendthrift Way here in Mason. It has come to my attention that City Council is looking at doing an ordinance to outlaw abortions and to make it illegal for anybody to help a woman seek an abortion in any way or manner. This is an absurd argument. No abortions that I'm aware of are conducted here in Mason. Secondly, it appears that this is a religious type of deal, considering the makeup of the council. And we should not be forced to have your religious views crammed down our throats.
Audience,
Also-
I'm sorry. We
Also
will be
the-
here all night long if we let you do that. We just can't have any more applause or hooping. But I'm glad that you're listening and engaging. We can't do that. I'm
Also,
sorry.
the legality is definitely questionable. We already have several council members that are probably domestic terrorists as it is. Mr. Hornerlaw.
Audience.
So, but that's a whole different topic, and I'd love to have a discussion with him someday, but I'm sure he doesn't have the intellect to do that. Again, abortions aren't done here. Everybody has a right to help a woman legally in this country, considering the Supreme Court decision in 1973. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McMillan. Mrs. Vyers? Ms. Laparati, and then Jenny Keeler is next.
Hello, Council. My name is Lori Byers, and I represent Warren County Right to Life. I live in Lebanon at 41 Springhouse Court. I wanted to address just a few things, some misinformation that's been going around. But before I do, let me tell you that Leona, Texas, voted tonight to become the 35th sanctuary city for the unborn in the United States. So it's up to 35 now. Out of those 35, well, let's say 34 since the one was just passed tonight. Out of those 34 previous ones, there were 8 lawsuits. None of them were successful. Lebanon passed our ordinance on May the 25th. No lawsuit. The reason for that is that Roe versus Wade has no bearing on it. Just as you have the right to ban fireworks or raising chickens in your town, you can also ban abortion. Even if there is a lawsuit, Mason will have free legal representation. So there's no way that it will raise anybody's taxes. It also won't hurt Lebanon business. May I pass out an email from one of the Lebanon council members? It talks about how Lebanon's revenue is up 7.1%. And all the details are in here. May I approach?
You, Member Stricula, and he can send it around. Thank you.
Even those who favor legal abortion may not want constant protests in their town. Tonight's a good example of that. It would increase your police costs for police presence because obviously it's a very divisive issue. Last thing, some people will say to you that it's not your duty to be involved in this issue, but I just want to leave you with a Thomas Jefferson quote. Quote,
Audience, please be respectful.
"The care of human life and happiness and not their destruction is the only legitimate object of good government." That was Thomas Jefferson in 1809. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Byers. Ms. Laparati, Ms. Keeler, and Alicia Lipton, you're next.
Friday, 6400 Amber Court.
Ms. Laparati, can you get closer to the microphone, please?
Nicole Laparati, 6400 Amber Court, Mason, Ohio. I am actually reading something from my 15-year-old who asked me to speak on her behalf tonight. One reason some people think getting abortions that most people don't think about is sometimes there are complications. And if the birth giver were to give birth, they could die and sometimes still lose the baby. The fetus's life is being chosen over the birth giver's, would not, without any discussion with them and how they feel, even though the fetus does not know that there is something other than what they have in their womb. Both the child and the mother's life could be endangered if the mother would give birth. So in many cases, abortion would be the safest option for both the child and the mother. Many women and people are not prepared to have a child, and this can have very many meanings. Many people are not financially stable enough and able to support a child. Many people are not yet at the point in their career where they would like to be, especially if a birth giver has to be a single parent. It is hard to get a career off the ground, like if a young adult gets pregnant while they're in college. College is expensive. Supporting a child is too. Doing both of those and working probably a low-paying job is impossible without the help. There are not enough hours or money. So more often than not, the parent will have to put their career on hold and be working most likely a low-paying job, and maybe the child will not always have what they need. Most teens that get pregnant in high school never finish. they drop out, which does not help them get a good career to help support their child. In some cases, when parents find out that their teen is pregnant, they will kick them out of their home. In this case, there are a multitude of dangers that could happen in this situation that would be bad for both the teen and the baby. So all around, in all these situations, for both the parent and fetus, an abortion seems to be a considerable option. I'm very proud of my 15-year-old and the things she wanted to say today. She obviously couldn't be here because it's running late and school is starting soon. As a single parent, I want to say that there is not enough infrastructure here in Mason in order to support any of this. We don't even have sidewalks for people to be able to walk to. We don't have public transportation for parents to be able to get to and from a job or to and from a grocery store. We don't
I'm sorry,
have
that's
grocery
3 minutes.
within walking distance. Anyways, I will end in saying that I am a safe space and that if anyone needs help or transport to or from Planned Parenthood, I am a person that you can come to, and I will forever and always be your safe space to come to.
Thank you, Mrs. Laparati. All right, we have Ms. Keeler, Ms. Lipton, followed by Kathy Elliott, and then Moises Morante.
I'm Jenny Keeler. I live at 4321 Shore Drive, thankfully now in Deerfield Township. However, we know all of what happens here in the city of Mason affects everyone in this area. My kids attend Mason City Schools and buildings on this block. My family receives most of its health care at Tri-Health just a few hundred yards from where we stand. And I will not stand idly by while you try to restrict women's access to health care. I know I'm not the only one in this room who's had an abortion. It was the best choice for my physical health and my mental health at the time, and the best choice for my family, and I'm not ashamed of it. I choose to say that out loud in this room full of people because when things having to do with sex or body parts, especially women's body parts, are kept in the shadows where shame tends to lurk, people in power will use that to try to manipulate and intimidate, all in an attempt to grow their own personal or political power over others. As someone who's made the choice to have an abortion and someone who is also a mother, I know that neither decision is easy, and both decisions are brave. I attended the legislative meeting of this council last week. A proposal was put forth by Councilmember Nelson to continue public participation in council meetings via Zoom to give the public better access. Mayor Grossman wasn't interested, saying, quote, "That's just another layer to manage. If you can't manage a Zoom meeting, you shouldn't be managing other people's uteruses." Councilman Honorlaw, perhaps the most ironic name in history, my family and countless others do not want a tax-dodging insurrectionist dictating what happens in our doctor's offices. When I look at the community and I see women and girls here and throughout Mason, I see neighbors. When you take away the ability for half my neighbors to make decisions about what happens in their own reproductive organs, you're discriminating against them based on their gender. Some of you have already announced your public support for this extremist legislation, showing us that when you see women and girls in this room and in our community, you don't see neighbors, you see forced incubators for your political gain. I urge you to stay in your lane. To be clear, that's roundabouts and bike paths, not uteruses and vaginas. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Keeler. Next, we have Alicia Lipton, please.
Good evening. I am Alicia Lipton, and I'm a resident of Lebanon, Ohio. I live at 410 East Mulberry. Tonight, I'm coming to you as a Lebanon resident, but also as a member of Main Street Lebanon, which is an organization that promotes the preservation of our downtown and our businesses. I implore you, as your city leaders, to not go through with this ordinance. We can stand up here all day and play tit for tat and have this side and that side going back and forth. But I'm here to tell you firsthand what Ms. Byers told you this evening about revenues in Lebanon being up is an out-and-out lie. We recently did a survey with our merchants, they're doing worse than they were in the year of 2000. They're doing worse than 2020. That was the year of the pandemic. Businesses were closed, restaurants were shuttered. These are people, this is their livelihood. We don't want this to happen to you in Mason. We don't want it to happen to your family-owned restaurants, your boutiques. We don't want it to affect your larger businesses. So again, I implore you, I'm telling you what is going on in Lebanon right now. As a matter of fact, I will read you an actual statement. It doesn't just affect businesses, it affects everything. We have the Warren County Historical Museum. They have what we believe is the oldest ongoing antique show in the state of Ohio. It's been going on for 70 years. Vendors, families, people come to this for years on end. Just last week, when they sent out their invitations to previous attendees, they received back the same day, at the very least, 12 responses to emails. For those of you who do mass emails, you know, you usually don't get responses back. You get bounce backs. Well, here is one that they did receive. It says, we routinely visited Lebanon 5 to 6 times a year for antique shopping, ice cream, and train rides, but we will not return because of the abortion clinic ban. I normally wouldn't bother to tell anyone this, but I saw the article in the local paper. Our family is absolutely boycotting Lebanon. And to say your merchants didn't make that decision, politics impacts merchants. It's delusional to think otherwise. Your choices have harmed your city. That has been shared with our city council. It has been shared with our other merchants. Tonight, I'm sharing that with you. We don't want to see Mason go through the unfortunate situation that Lebanon is in today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lipton. Thank you for coming from Lebanon. We appreciate you making the trip. Kathy Elliott, Moises Gomez Morante, and Shermani Page.
I'm Kathy Elliott. I live at 5322 Crestwood Drive, and regarding this ordinance, if this proposed ordinance is passed, women will still have legal reproductive rights outside of Mason. But I'm very concerned about the language that was read, which mirrors some of the language in Lebanon's recent legislation regarding aiding and abetting abortion within city limits. I have so many questions. If someone I love turns to me for help, what are my consequences exactly if I supply the address of a clinic in another jurisdiction, or if I provide money or a ride or even advice? Ohio law requires parental consent for abortion for anyone under the age of 18. How is a minor supposed to fulfill that legal obligation without implicating their parents? And for local businesses, what are the consequences for a pharmacy that fills a doctor's prescription that you don't like? Have you considered that this could open Mason to potential litigation with CVS or Walgreens? What are the consequences for a multinational corporation with a presence in Mason, whose health insurance coverage includes reproductive services? How do you prove that someone had an abortion or aided and abetted one without violating HIPAA privacy protections? Will you be relying upon spies or gossip or people reporting each other to find out who may be in violation of the ordinance? It was claimed at the previous meeting that an ordinance, as opposed to a resolution, is enforceable. But honestly, how do you intend to enforce any of this? Legislation like this is astounding overreach. It certainly does not line up with the values that conservatives espouse about smaller government. You are a city council. Please don't aggrandize that. You were voted into your offices to approve paving projects and plan festivals, and most pressingly to revitalize that downtown. You were not elected to insert your own moral codes into the personal, legal, medical care of Mason citizens. With all due respect, please stay in your lane. I want you to know that when I was young, I was rigidly against abortion under any circumstances. But as I matured and I lived and I met more women and heard their stories, I realized I needed to adjust my position to allow for compassion and hard realities. There are lots of reasons why people choose to exercise their reproductive rights, including rape, abuse, trauma, medical reasons, mental health capacity reasons, financial reasons, or none of our business reasons. On a personal level, to me, abortion is sad. Even sadder is someone going through it all alone or subjecting herself to harm or danger because in desperation, she turns to unsafe or illegal channels. I will conclude by urging you to dismiss this ordinance. Oh, I got 15.
Sorry, that's
Can I?
3 minutes.
Thank you. It is utterly unenforceable, and it comes with unanticipated consequences, all bad for Mason. This inevitable legal challenges and costs may hurt the taxpayers. It'll create risk regarding the city's insurance and liabilities. It's going to cause an ugly battle between neighbors at a time when we need less division and more unity. It'll inflict unnecessary harm on our local small businesses who are already coming off a tough year. This proposed ordinance serves no other purpose than to throw out some culture war red meat for the upcoming re-election campaign of a Mason council member who wishes to advance or support it. This is bad for Mason.
Okay, thank you. All right. Audience. Okay, please don't call out from the floor. We have next on the list Moises Gomez Morante. Pardon my pronunciation. Thank you. And Shermani Page, and then Abigail Swinehart.
Good evening.
Thank
My name is Moises Gomez Morante. I'm a resident of Mason. I live at 5671 Crestwood Drive, and I'm a registered voter. Like many other people, I brought my family here about 7 years ago. We were attracted by the quality of the schools, a vibrant population, a great economy, a very educated group of people, a great community. Now the reason I'm here is to ask you to reject this proposed ordinance against abortion. Please, whatever you do, do not let a minority of extremists destroy the amazing place we have in Mason. Everything you've heard about the economy, I don't want to repeat everything that's been said, but that's absolutely right. If you pass this ordinance, you are going to hurt the Mason economy. You are going to throw away many of the great people who already live here, and also cause people who might consider Mason an option to go elsewhere, take their intellectual capital, their potential, their families, their tax revenue elsewhere. And frankly, in the end, and most important for me, I have a 17-year-old daughter. I am here to ask you, do not allow this ordinance to pass. Do not turn Mason into a place where my daughter is a simple container. Don't turn Mason into a place where she has no rights and no authority over her own body. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morante. Ms. Page?
Hi, my name is Shravani Page, and I live on Middletown Way. I'm currently a rising senior at William Mason High School. I'm also the founder of the Sex Ed Project, a personal group project dedicated to improving sex education in the Mason School District. I'm going to try to keep this brief. I've been going to Mason all my life, and I'm so grateful to have been brought up in this community. We are truly a family here. And I'm grateful to have been brought up in a community that has taught me to stand up in the face of adversity. However, today I stand here incredibly disappointed in our community's leaders, disappointed in those I looked up to as a child. I feel that not only my rights, but the rights of our family as a community are at stake. We are penalizing a woman's right to choose, and we are painting targets on the backs of those who try to help. This ordinance is merely illogical. There are no abortion clinics in Mason. Businesses would not be able to provide their employees a substantial health insurance plan that would additionally account for abortions. If anything, all this ordinance will do is drive away newcomers. Right now, I get that we're all fighting, but I'm tired of it. I've never held any sort of grudge in my Mason, and I've never held any dislike in my heart. In my eyes, I love this city enough to want it to prosper and reach its full potential, something I believe we all want. And I believe that this ordinance will deeply obstruct our ability to do so. So, City Council members,
Today I challenge you to ask yourself what you truly want to come out of this ordinance and whether it is really worth penalizing people for aiding in or getting an abortion. Whether it's worth penalizing people for a choice that wasn't yours to make in the beginning. Lastly, I ask you to please put yourself in the shoes of a woman who wants to get an abortion. I ask you to paint a picture in your mind of the adversity and controversy she is up against. Because right now, she is living in a world that is on fire. You are in the position to help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. How are we doing on time, Kurt?
We got 2 more minutes.
2 more minutes. Okay, let's stop with Abigail, if you don't mind. And then we'll take a break from this and we'll come back to it later.
Hello, my name is Abigail Swinehart. I live in Lebanon at 1719 Barn Owl Court. I've lived there for 22 years, with just a year's interim where I lived in Mason. I work in this city and I frequent it often. These are just a few reasons of many that I feel I must speak to council today. Tonight, you have heard and will hear many arguments in favor of a ban on abortion access and assistance, their ideology and their ethos. I came here tonight in hopes of delivering something more factual and practical. Since Lebanon has passed Ordinance 2021-053, local businesses and commerce have paid the price. They've been hit hard by boycotts, foot traffic is down, and community is lost. Lebanon is no longer welcome to new residents or visitors because of this ordinance. It now has a place on the map and a name in history as a town that values empty promises more than women's health and safety. In truth, I did not know every single name of my local council members before this ordinance passed. I now do. I can't forget them. And I deeply regret that I am considered one of their constituents. I wonder what your names will mean to your citizens after tonight. This ordinance in criminalizing abortion and anyone who provides the merest of assistance to its access does not protect children. It protects rapists, those who commit acts of incest or domestic violence. If this view challenges you, I urge you to consider the reality of the world we live in today, rather than the belief that all conceptions must be immaculate. You know, the moment my peers graduated, they all moved out of Lebanon. It's something of a trend, considering how unwelcome the town has felt lately. And I feel that I have made a shameful mistake in not doing the same. So please consider who this ordinance will hurt more so than whom it will merely appease. And thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you. All right, we're going to move on in our agenda, and we'll work as quickly as we can to accommodate our guests. Sorry, getting rearranged here. Okay, so item 11 on the agenda is Resolution 2021-17. I need a motion to read that by title only, please.
So moved.
All right, Eric. No, Jeff, sorry. Oh, all in favor? Ah.
Yes.
Any opposed? Okay, now, Jeff.
A resolution amending a policy related to nonprofit corporations engaged in political activity and declaring an emergency.
Thank you, Eric.
Yes, council's familiar with an ordinance that was passed in April governing city funds being used with nonprofits that engage in political activity. That was amended at our last meeting to help accommodate the reality of the number of nonprofits and the type of businesses the city conducts with them. At the August 4th Policy and Legislation Committee meeting,
Okay.
The committee recommended removing language in the policy that specified Mason Municipal Office, Mason School Board, and Mason Municipal Court. The policy would still apply towards locally based nonprofits, but it would not limit their involvement in political activity to only local political offices. So the amendment to that policy takes out the specific language to Mason offices, making it open-ended to any political office. Exhibit A, and I do apologize, that was included in your packets or on the webpage as an oversight, but it does outline those changes in red line to the current policy. The Policy and Legislation Committee reviewed and recommended moving forward with that change.
Thank you. I need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading.
So moved.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? We need a motion to adopt.
So moved.
Any council discussion?
Mayor?
Yes.
Randy, I'm right on the same, same wavelength as you are. Who wrote this policy? Was it our law director? Who wrote it?
If I may, Mayor?
Yes, you may.
Yeah, I had discussions with Jeff Forbes. This is what I had indicated to Jeff. He wrote it as I indicated. There was an issue of the fact of just limiting it to those particular positions. So basically, this is minor housekeeping to clean it up and make it, it's all, you're not going to have a nonprofit take city funds and maybe endorse candidates even outside of the city. Basically what it boils down to. Mr. Forbes, is that not correct?
It's correct that I drafted it as requested by Councilmember Bradburn. Yeah.
I feel like it's kind of embarrassing that this is the third go-around that we're having to correct things. I feel like we should just take this off the table for now. Let's analyze it. Let's make sure we don't have any more changes, and then let's bring it to council for vote. It keeps going back and forth. It doesn't make us look very intelligent.
Anyone else? Vice Mayor?
Yeah, Mayor, I would say that we addressed this in the Policy and Legislative Committee, and the issue there was certainly that we don't want to just limit this to Mason politics. I mean, a 501c6 should not receive Mason dollars if it's engaged in any political activity, and therefore, I think it's a cleanup ordinance and appropriately makes the statement that we don't want to give tax dollars to 501c6 organizations that are engaged in political activity, whereas it was directed at Mason specifically. Now it's just saying you can't engage in political activity if you receive Mason tax dollars. And I think that's appropriate for us to do that.
Mayor.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was at the policy and were you there when you guys agreed on this?
So I was not at that meeting, but certainly understood what was being discussed in terms of this resolution.
Yeah, I echo what Mr. Stegbauer said. I mean, this is our third iteration of this thing, which I've voted no every single time, and I'm going to vote no again tonight because this is nothing but more of a personal vendetta legislation.
All right, that's very inappropriate. You need to apologize and figure out how to communicate without violating the rules.
First of all, I'm not apologizing. That's my sentiment.
That was a personal attack, and it's actually not germane to the motion. Anyone else?
Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
Yeah, I sound like a broken record. I'll say it again. It was absurd the first time it came up. It was absurd when we tried to amend it. It's still absurd, and I want absolutely nothing to do with this.
All right. Anyone else? Member Honolulu?
I'm wrapping my arms all around it. Okay, I'm totally in favor of this, and I think Vice Mayor said it best when he said we don't want Mason taxpayer dollars going to Ainslie. We capitalized Ainslie. It wasn't just going to be keeping them politically involved in Mason politics. It's into anything. I think that keeps our hands clean, and that's the way it should have been written to begin with. So I think that was a nice catch. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I have a couple comments. The spirit of the legislation is that we don't wish to fund any political advocacy activities, including the endorsement of candidates and or legislation advocacy with public funds as defined in Resolution 2021-17. So by limiting the resolution to Mason only, we created a content-based First Amendment restriction on political speech, which I do not wish to do, and I'm sorry that I didn't catch it the first time around. Such a content-based restriction could be unconstitutional, and we don't want that. Since there is no necessary compelling government interest to restrict the content of political speech in Resolution 2021-17, as it's currently written, focused as it is only on political advocacy and endorsements of Mason office holders and candidates, I support amending the resolution to remove the content-based language. With the suggested amendment, we capture the true spirit and purpose of the legislation to ensure that public funds are used with legitimate public purposes and not funding or supporting political advocacy or endorsements with public funds, and by not defining the restriction by the content of political speech of local 501c4 and c6 nonprofits. And this was brought about, the way it was brought to my attention was not by any of my colleagues here who could have brought that to my attention. And we didn't catch it in our Policy and Legislation Committee meetings, but Ms. Taylor from the Chamber asked a very insightful question. She brought some questions to the podium, and that got me thinking, and I asked for some more advice, and I am the one that brought forward the amendment, and that is why it is here tonight. And the committee was in agreement with me. So if there aren't any more comments, we can go ahead and call the roll.
Councilmember Bradburn?
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula?
No.
Vice Mayor Gilb?
Yes.
Councilmember Hunterlaw?
Yes.
Mayor Grossman?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
No.
Councilmember Chance?
No for the third time.
All right. Item 12, Resolution 2021-18. We need a motion to read by title only, please.
Mayor, if I may, I'd like to make a motion to remove that from the agenda.
Okay, that's one of those items. Is there a second? Second. Okay, all in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? So is that to remove it from the agenda forever, or is that just to table it? Actually, let's clean that up.
Remove it from the agenda because I think it was going to be reworked with some dates.
Okay, so that's, should we?
Does it need to be tabled? Just
Nope, he can, if his motion is to remove it from the agenda, it'll be removed from the agenda, and it won't appear back on an agenda unless the council member requests it.
Okay, all right. All in favor? Any opposed? Do we need to call the roll on that? All right, let's move on. So we'll cross that one off to save a little time tonight. All right, item 13 is Resolution 2021-19. A motion to read by title only, please. All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? Jeff?
A resolution to accept the material terms of the One Ohio subdivision settlement pursuant to the One Ohio Memorandum of Understanding and consistent with the terms of the July 21st, 2021 National Opioid Settlement Agreement and declaring an emergency.
Eric?
Yes. Quickly, Mayor, the state of Ohio has been involved with other states in litigation with pharmaceutical companies related to the opioid epidemic. Late last week, notified that there's a proposed settlement with very tight timelines for municipalities to participate in receiving funds on behalf of the state's litigation. By August 13th, 95% of Ohio municipalities like Mason need to have indicated participation. There's considerable information and detail to this, as you can imagine, the size of settlement. The governor, the state attorney general, as well as our own Ohio Municipal League are strongly encouraging that local governments such as Mason take action to move that settlement process forward and reserve the ability to participate in that, which is what Resolution 2021-19 accomplishes. It is recommended.
Thank you. We need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading, please.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? We need a motion to adopt.
So moved.
Second.
Any council discussion?
Mayor?
Yes.
So I've been following this. Under the proposed settlement, the distributors will pay up to an estimated $805 million to the state of Ohio and its subdivisions over the next 18 years. Under One Ohio agreement, these funds will be distributed according to the following allocation: 15% directly to the state of Ohio, 30% directly to the subdivisions, and 55% to the One Ohio Foundation to be utilized for the benefit of the subdivisions in the state of Ohio. Most of the money will be restricted in use and specifically earmarked for abatement of the opioid epidemic. Pre-approved uses will include a wide range of intervention, treatment, education, and recovery services. Participation levels, which is the percentage of Ohio cities and counties who agree to this deal, will affect the money that the state of Ohio and its subdivisions will receive. About 45% of abatement funds are in the form of an incentive payment, which provides incentives for higher levels of participation. With the goal of getting these funds to the community as fast as possible, if 95% of the Ohio subdivisions enact an abatement of these funds, the funds will be provided as early as this year. Portions of the annual payment for each state may be subject to suspension in the event that any primary subdivisions bring on litigation against the distributors past specified suspension deadlines. Because 45% of the funds are paid in the form of an incentive program, in order for the state of Ohio and subdivisions to maximize the recovery under the proposed settlement, it is critical that participation meets or exceeds 95%. That is why this vote is so important today. It is important to note also that the state of Ohio has been very organized, and they have been on the top of all the 50 states in organizing this and getting everything together. The first one to the table is the first one for the money. And Ohio is trying to get in the front of all 50 states because we don't know how long these distributors will stay in business before claiming bankruptcy. So currently we are neck and neck with New York, but I have full hope that the state of Ohio will quickly pass this so we can submit this information to the government. But Mason City will be receiving approximately $105,000 in this settlement, and Warren County should receive $2.115 million. And the total with the Warren County and all the municipalities and everything within the region is $54.45 million. So there's a lot of money to be given to our communities to help this opioid epidemic. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Let's call the roll, please.
Councilmember Stricula?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gilb?
Yes.
Councilmember Hunterlaw?
Yes.
Mayor Grossman?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Chance?
Yes.
Councilmember Bradburn?
Yes.
Item 14 is ordinance 2021-83. I need a motion to read that by title only, please.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed?
Approval of the replat for Lot 2 and Fallingbrook Phase A12.
Kurt.
Thank you. This is a replat that's done as each building is constructed in the Fallingbrook subdivision. And over the past 14 years, we've been approving these. They've constructed another building, and so this replat is for an individual building on Lot 2, and ordinance 2021-83 is recommended for adoption.
We need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? We need a motion to adopt.
So moved.
Second.
Any council discussion? Seeing there's none, let's call the roll.
Vice Mayor Gilb?
Yes.
Councilmember Hunterlaw?
Yes.
Mayor Grossman?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Chance?
Yes.
Councilmember Bradburn?
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula?
Yes.
Item 15, ordinance 2021-84. We need a motion to read by title only.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed?
Authorizing the city manager to enter into a right of first option to purchase agreement with AMSS3 LLC and declaring an emergency Smith property.
Kurt.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. This is the triangular-shaped property that's located on US 42 near Bunnell Road, and it's bounded on the south and west side by the railroad. And what this agreement effectively does gives us a 3-year option on the property. It's been identified as a possible location of a lift station as part of our sanitary sewer system that would ultimately serve a portion of the Mason Research and Development Park. So for this $25,000 non-refundable deposit, it allows us 3 years to evaluate the system needs in that area. And then should we choose to negotiate with the property owner, that amount would be applied towards the purchase price of the property. So with that, ordinance 2021-84 is recommended for adoption. We do have an emergency clause on the ordinance as well to get the agreement signed as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? Motion to adopt?
So moved.
Any council discussion? Let's call the roll, please.
Councilmember Hunterlaw?
Yes.
Mayor Grossman?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Chance?
Yes.
Councilmember Bradburn?
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gilb?
Yes.
Item 16 is ordinance 2021-85. We need a motion to read by title only.
So moved.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed?
Authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with Samica USA for the purchase of one Furno integrated patient transport and loading system power stretcher for use by the City of Mason Fire Department.
Eric.
Yes, Mayor, I think council is familiar. About 6 years ago, we began transitioning from the stretchers that EMS crews use, from using a a standard manually lifted stretcher, which could be difficult both for firefighters as well as some of the patients, especially in removing them from difficult situations. The power stretchers are automated, allows that to be accomplished by the machinery. Has really had a dramatic impact both on patient care as well as the safety and wellness of our EMS providers. A couple of months ago had indicated when we were purchasing a new ambulance that would need a new power cot with that ambulance. This is that ordinance to allow us to purchase a new power cot to place in service for the Medic 53 pilot program. The budget included $350,000 for both purchases, and with the purchase of this power cot, the total project will remain under budget. It is recommended for adoption.
We need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading.
So moved.
All in favor? Any opposed? Motion to adopt.
So moved?
Any council discussion? Let's call the roll.
Mayor Grossman?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Chance?
Yes.
Councilmember Bradburn?
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gilb?
Yes.
Councilmember Hunterlaw?
Yes.
Item 17, ordinance 2021-86. We need a motion to read by title only.
So moved?
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed?
Authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with Garland DBS, Inc. for roofing maintenance and repair in the amount of $59,480 and declaring an emergency.
Kurt?
Yes, thank you. It's kind of hard to believe, but we have over 9 acres of roofing on city-owned facilities throughout the city, which in today's dollars is about $10 million worth of roofing. So staff has had an analysis done on all of this roofing, and what's before you tonight is some of the immediate repairs that need to be done, but what the contractor has also given us is a 5- and 10-year plan going forward so that we can continue to budget for this on an annual basis. Including in the almost $60,000 for Garland is about $20,000 in Golf Center. Some of the buildings over there need a new application, a coating on the flat roof that's above the restaurant area. That'll extend the roof life 3 to 5 years in the contractor's estimation. The Municipal Center here, it's hard to believe it's almost 20 years old. We do have some areas that need to be repaired on this roof. Which includes a coating on 3 flat roof areas and replacement of some flashing. And then finally, at Station 52, there's a small repair that needs to be made. Basically, the penetrations through that building, the areas are getting, the caulking and everything is getting cracked and worn to where it needs to be replaced, resealed, and reflashed. So with that, the Garland Company is part of the Master Intergovernmental Cooperation Purchase Agreement, which assures that we get the best price on the material and the labor. And this also has an emergency clause, and that is to get the work done while the weather is favorable to get this work done prior to winter. So ordinance 2021-86 is recommended for adoption, and funds were included for these repairs in the 2021 budget. I'll answer any questions you have.
Thank you. We need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading.
So moved?
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? Motion to adopt?
So moved.
Second?
All right, come on, council. Any council discussion? Let's call the roll, please.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Chance?
Yes.
Councilmember Bradburn?
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gilb?
Yes.
Councilmember Hunterlaw?
Yes.
Mayor Grossman?
Yes. Item 18 is ordinance 2021-87. We need a motion to read by title only.
So moved.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed?
Declaring certain city equipment and property as surplus property and authorizing the city manager to dispose of said equipment and property.
Kurt?
Yes, thank you. The periodic disposition of surplus property done through auction is not necessarily an annual thing, but it's basically an annual thing that we do, and then as needed. Our best proven method that we've found is the online auction. That's where we've gotten the most effective pricing because it's the largest audience and it brings the best market value for the property at the lowest administrative cost to the city. So this is no exception. With our transition from a scheduled fleet replacement to deferring replacement until the useful life of the equipment is completely gone, these vehicles that are on this list have little to no value. The one that is $6,000 is really due to the engine that's in that vehicle. The rest of the vehicles is really in poor shape. So with that, ordinance 2021-87 is recommended for adoption.
Thank you. We need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? We need a motion to adopt.
So moved.
Any council discussion?
Mayor?
Yes.
All right, so the accountant in me is coming out. You know, we have, okay, my daughter drives a 2004 MDX. It has like 210,000 miles, and that puppy is still going strong. And we're not going to get rid of it until it dies. So I see like a 2004 Ford Excursion with 94,000 miles. How do we know there's not, you know, we couldn't double that life of that and get it to 200,000 miles? I'm just saying, like, some of these, you know, this mileage at 58,000 miles, what's wrong with them? I just think that we should try to utilize them until they totally die, because we're not generating a lot of income from them, you know, 1,000, 1,200, 1,400. I would rather see them driven until they completely die and we toss them.
So, for instance, the one with the least miles, the 58,000 miles, that Chevy Kodiak is one of our older green snowplow trucks, and the frame that's holding the bed on, it's breaking. So it won't hold the bed on it to hold salt anymore. So the amount of money that we'd have to put into that is way more than the $2,000 that we potentially would get at auction. So it sounds like small, like low miles, but they're hard miles, and that vehicle is one that sat outside prior to our current facility. It sat outside from 98 until we moved into our new facility in, 2010? Was it? When did we, yeah, around 2010. So, but that one in particular, it has frame damage and is no longer holding the bed. The next one down has 146,000 miles. It was used as a vehicle for us. Then we gave it to the golf course. They used it for a while. It also has bed and frame issues. So most of them are, the body and frame are damaged to the point where it's irreparable.
Okay.
Yeah, I would add, Councilmember Nelson, in previous years, you know, there was a schedule where we try and stay ahead of the schedule, and we were taking the surplus vehicles that still had useful life. When we established the vehicle contingency, you are seeing vehicles that have been much more exhausted than in the past, because we have that, instead of waiting on a budget schedule to kind of get all lined up when it might fall apart, we now have the luxury of waiting until it is falling apart, because we don't have to go back through another budget cycle. So we've managed to eke out a lot more service in these. And the short answer to what Kurt was explaining is our vehicles, you hope, are driven a lot longer and a lot rougher than your daughter's. Don't let her go where these vehicles go.
We hope. One more quick question. Is there any, and I do, because I looked into this when I first started council a long time ago, I looked into this process of selling them, and I think it's a great process that we go through. But is there any way that we would be able to open it up to Mason residents first before we put them on this cycle? Because there may be someone within our city limits, taxpayers that paid for these vehicles, there may be a way for them to utilize it before we put it on the government site.
I would say generally the bidders that we get for this type of equipment, some of it has to be towed off-site, so they are a lot of local bidders that we get on this. Some do drive from further away, but generally they are a lot of local bidders that bid on this because of the shape that it's in. There's pictures posted on GovDeals as well.
Would it be difficult to say, you know, for the first 48 hours, open to Mason City residents only?
I'll answer that. I don't think we can do that. The bidding requirements, the auction rules that we have to follow are governed by the state law, and I don't believe that we could do that.
Okay. Okay. Just trying. Thank you.
Okay. Member Chance.
Yeah, this is a touchy subject, but I know there's a nonprofit out there that's called Wheels. And what if we took these to where a nonprofit took them and revamped them and got them in good working condition and gave them to families that needed vehicles? I know we've talked about that in the past, and I know there's a local church that does that. And I would like for us to at least, I mean, I respect your judgment in regards to these things get pretty bad before we do anything with them, but looking at some of them, if there's one or two that we could give to the Wheels program and they could look at it and get it in working condition.
We have done that in the past on many vehicles. I'm not sure these would apply as much. Often, police will have impounded vehicles that are more amenable to being rehabbed and used for residential use.
Good.
We don't have like a standing arrangement where they all go to a certain charity, but when we're approached and when the timing's right, we have done that in the past. And council's action declaring them surplus gives us the latitude to do that.
All right, good, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, let's call the roll.
Councilmember Chance?
Yes.
Councilmember Bradburn? Yes. Councilmember Stricula?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gilb?
Yes.
Councilmember Hunterlaw?
Yes.
Mayor Grossman?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes. Item 19, ordinance 2021-88. We need a motion to read by title only.
So moved.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed?
Authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract for the purchase of a video scoreboard for the Mason Municipal Aquatic Center in an amount not to exceed $200,000.
Eric.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to address the next two ordinances because they go together. Have been mentioned earlier. You recall when we were originally planning for the Mason Aquatic Center, specifically the 50-meter pool, it was designed at a very basic level as we went through kind of the business planning and the design process. As part of that very basic level, the scoreboard system, and it's tied in with the timing system for the lanes. The scoreboard system was very basic. So what is in the existing bid that council already authorized are two kind of LED numeric scoreboards that give you the opportunity for, just like the old alarm clocks that, there's the lines and they change the digits based on the times. There is no visual or moving kind of televised capabilities. That was what was built into the original bid. And then there are two kind of pathways that the city has been following on this. One, throughout the project, have been looking for opportunities from that initial bid where we could save costs or improve elements, all based on maximizing our ability to generate revenue off of the project. And then along a parallel path, and this involved the group that council authorized us to work with Game Changers Consulting. And part of that mission was really to educate us on how to generate revenues off of competitive swimming, get us into that market. We talked with them about the possibilities on the scoreboard. So on the first path, by removing these items from our contract with Conger Consulting, we're able to save some dollars. We're able to get it cheaper ourselves than if we were to use Conger. Secondly, that opened up an opportunity for some additional funds to look at how it could be enhanced for revenue generation. Game Changers Consulting talked with them and estimated that if we had a more dynamic scoreboard, we would vastly increase our opportunities to generate either sponsorships and or advertising revenue, essentially, by using them, especially at the larger meets. They estimated that sponsorship revenues, from their experience, could be as much as $10,000 per year, depending on the length of your sponsorship. And then advertisements could range from $15,000 to $60,000 per year, again, depending on the style, the meets that you may be hosting. Taking those two paths, we identified an opportunity to remove the work from the Conger contract and save some dollars there that could then be applied towards upgrading to a large television screen, basically, that would be much more amenable to raising those sponsorship advertising revenues. So as before you is kind of a couple of moving pieces. We would take the work out, non-performant of the Conger contract. We would break it into two different contracts. They need to work in conjunction. We have not named a vendor because last week we did have an opportunity arise. I'm not sure it will all come together, but a potential sponsor. We're sensitive that we feel like we shouldn't be in a position to kind of give the entire sponsorship to one firm long-term because we would like to tap into those annual revenues. So there may be a partial kind of underwriting or discounting the cost of the scoreboard and then our opportunity annually to generate revenues, as well as improve the swim experience, as well as to provide opportunities to promote other city amenities or other city businesses. So it gives us a lot more flexibility because you now will have a large, essentially TV screen in there that allows you to do a lot more of those type of things. So both ordinances are recommended for adoption. The timing equipment may be acquired by a separate vendor, but needs to work with the original vendor who's really interested in the sponsorship of the scoreboard. I know there's a lot of moving pieces there. One important piece to remember is what this all nets out to by non-performing the work, saving the dollars in the existing contract. Instead of $300,000, you're talking about a net impact of about $130,000 to upgrade, get a better product on top of the basic product that you had budgeted for within the Conger contract. The Wellness Committee had an opportunity to review the different sizes, the different types of scoreboards, and given how this fits into our business plan for the entire community center as well as the aquatic center, recommended moving forward with this purchase. So both ordinances are recommended to allow those opportunities.
Thank you, Eric. We need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading, please.
So moved.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? We need a motion to adopt.
Second.
Any council discussion?
Mayor?
Yes.
All right, so I've always been, outspoken about the cost of this pool. I mean, it was $24 million in the beginning, the third most expensive project Mason has ever done. And I feel like we just keep on purchasing more things on top of this $24 million, and now we have $300,000 presented in front of us. If you take the low end of these estimated figures for sponsorships, you're talking 17-year ROI. It'll take us 17 years. How long are these boards projected to last?
We projected 20-year time span. I'm sure there would need to be upgrades or maintenance.
Does this $300,000, does it include installation, or is that in addition to?
It's $130,000 is the increase over what was already, what we would remove from the other contract. So the delta here is $130,000.
There's no cheaper ones that we can, I just don't feel like, this is, as great as this is, we're spending so much of taxpayer dollars on all these purchases, and it's benefiting a small percentage of the Mason City population. I mean, it's a lot of money, $300,000.
Councilmember Honderlo?
Mayor, yeah, so when we discussed this in the Wellness Committee, Eric, maybe you can remind me, there was an example that you brought forth that showed what another community had paid for it, and then the amount of revenue that came in that was extraordinary, that made this a slam dunk reason why you would spend this money, because the advertising was so great. It was, I forget what the numbers were, but you didn't even have to.
Yes, there's another facility, and I think the important qualifier there, they were seasoned, in their promotional campaign, and just like we aspire to, the scoreboard was part of a larger promotional campaign. So unlike Game Changers, they didn't try and price out just the scoreboard revenue. And I believe the number was something in the neighborhood of $250,000 plus a year that they generated from promotional revenue. Now the scoreboard was kind of a signature piece of that, but it included all kinds of programs, activities they did. So it may include sponsoring a specific meet.
And I'm trying to remember what it even cost back then, because the example you brought in, I'm gonna say like it was 2012 or something. It was dated, but it was a big size screen, and I'm thinking it was like 100 or 130,000. I don't know, Mayor, if you remember, but it was more than that. The
much
example.
more expensive. The pricing is falling.
And then the revenue that came in every year was just was paying for itself every year plus. So we believe this was going to do it here also. So
the Game Changers numbers was just one touch point that we had them look at specifically. There are lots of examples of success that we aspire to. And there is, again, I don't want you to base your decision on this, but late in the week we did have a I think, a very attractive local opportunity that would underwrite a significant cost of that. That is why the vendor is kept blank here, because if that opportunity develops, it may be to a specific vendor. But I think there's a lot of opportunities there. Don't base it on that if it doesn't come through, but there will be others.
One thing
Member Chance.
I talked about also, I wrote down the money that we pulled it out of the Conger. Oh, I'm sorry. We talked about pulling it out of the Conger contract. So is that delta of $130,000, is that taking that in consideration also? Because I know we had money allotted. Okay, so that's.
You're not spending $300,000 in new money. You're adding $130,000 to the existing amount. It's costing you another $130,000 that wasn't already accounted for.
Okay.
And that was part of what drove it. When you look at the different, $170,000 gets you the, and you have pictures in your packet here, which may not help with the audience, but it's a very basic functional screen with numbers. The $130,000 more gives you a truly, gives you a large television screen with a lot of other capabilities. So.
Well, I have faith in our team to get out and do some advertising sales too, so we have
I think to the accountant type of question, you have to, in order to run a pool, to run the meets, to even be in the market for what we want, you're spending $170,000 anyhow. So it's that $130,000 that gives you the new revenue opportunity. If you didn't spend the $170,000 for plain Jane, you wouldn't be doing meets. It'd be a large leisure pool. So the extra 130 is where the revenue opportunity comes from, as well as, and we've talked with a matter of 50 meters. We don't have a program of use yet, but you have a lot of interest that could underwrite it, and that may not be direct advertising revenue, but enhance. And that maybe I should have led with that. Game Changers' initial funding is to attract the scale of meets that we aspire to in time. Plain Jane's is going to inhibit that.
Anyone else? And to touch on that, the scale of meets, so we've been very intentional about trying to design this facility so that it can offset its own operating costs with the usage that it gets, and it'll be heavy usage. But we also, those of us who supported the pool, see that as an opportunity to bring people into Mason that wouldn't otherwise have come. One benefit is the Manta Ray swim program, and that is a small portion of our population, but we think we can compete on the national level at bringing people in for meets. And so we need state-of-the-art equipment for that, and we didn't know what the opportunities were when we initially adopted the ordinance for the pool. But this is, like Game Changer said, it's a game changer, a revenue producer. It gives us the ability to communicate with the public, even when we're not in the meet. But it's just, and it looks better when you see the diagram of the building with the new proposed scoreboard represented here. It makes much more sense visually with design. It's the right scale for the building as well. Anybody else have any questions or comments? Let's call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bradburn?
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gilb?
Yes.
Councilmember Hunterlaw?
Yes.
Mayor Grossman?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
No.
Councilmember Chance?
Yes.
Ordinance 2021-89, that's item 20 on our list. We need a motion to read by title only, please.
So moved.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? Jeff?
Authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract for the purchase of timing equipment for the Mason Municipal Aquatic Center in an amount not to exceed $100,000.
We need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading.
So moved.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Motion to adopt?
So moved.
Any council discussion? Let's call the roll, please.
Councilmember Stricula?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gilb?
Yes.
Councilmember Hunterlaw?
Yes.
Mayor Grossman?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
No.
Councilmember Chance?
Yes.
Councilmember Bradburn?
Yes.
Item 21, ordinance 2021-90. We need a motion to read by title only.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed?
authorizing the city manager to execute a supplemental agreement for golf course marketing and rebranding services with Recreation Management Services, Inc.
Kurt.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. In 2022, the City of Mason Golf Center will celebrate its 50th anniversary, if you can believe that. RMS's new management has background and interest in helping the golf center optimize the history out there and bring together a collective brand. So this is an opportunity to improve both the top and bottom lines of the golf center, help elevate that amenity to a level that the citizens have come to expect in our community. So the deliverable with this contract would allow a standard, consistent look out there. It'll celebrate that 50th anniversary, and it'll give us some guidance on future signage as we make building improvements and other marketing of the golf course and restaurant out there. With the new management's branding background, the services would normally be over $80,000, and the proposal tonight is for $50,000 supplemental agreement to the contract with RMS. So with that, ordinance 2021-90 is recommended for adoption.
We need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading.
So moved.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? Motion to adopt.
So moved.
Any council discussion?
Mayor, I'm thinking this is a great opportunity with the 50th anniversary of the Golf Center coming up. We're so excited to see what they're doing, and this is all part of that. So it's going to be a great celebration for this golf course.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, let's call the roll, please.
Vice Mayor Gilb? Councilmember Hunterlaw?
Yes.
Mayor Grossman?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Chance?
Yes.
Councilmember Bradburn?
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula?
Yes.
Item 22, ordinance 2021-91. We need a motion to read by title only.
So moved.
All in favor? Any opposed? Jeff?
Amending Section 121.08 of the Mason Codified Ordinances regarding public participation at council meetings.
Eric?
Yes, briefly, Mayor. Councilmember Nelson actually had requested that the Policy and Legislation Committee consider an amendment to council's rules that would include the opportunity for the public to participate remotely at council meetings. I think you're all familiar with how that worked, primarily during COVID and during the emergency order when council members themselves could participate remotely in order to provide further social distancing. That opportunity expired with the expiration of the emergency order in July, but the ability for councilmen, and should distinguish, council meetings are streamed currently, so folks at home can watch them live. This would add the element to it that we have utilized in the past where, for example, residents at home could also zoom into the meeting by dialing in and participating during recognition of visitors. The Policy and Legislation Committee meeting reviewed that amendment, declined to recommend it, but Councilmember Nelson asked for it to be considered by City Council for adoption.
Thank you. We need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? We need a motion to adopt.
So moved.
Any council discussion on this one?
Mayor?
Yes.
I did propose this. I actually proposed two different, one was a charter amendment and one was an ordinance. One of them was to continue allowing the city council in the event of an emergency to zoom in like we had done in the past so they could join in and partake in the meeting. And that was shot down. I did not ask for that today to be put back on because I spoke with Senator Wilson and he said that there are a number of senators in support of this in order to for the municipalities to continue to meet via Zoom if need be. And so they are planning on proposing legislation after Labor Day when session is back in. So I'm just going to leave that up to the state to change. But when it comes to the residents, I feel passionate that residents should always have a voice in anything that we do. We work for you. And there's some individuals that just can't, thank you. There's some individuals that just can't get out of their homes. They're elderly or, they have a disability or it's bad weather or COVID, they don't feel comfortable. I always want to make sure that they have a voice and that they can communicate with us. So therefore, I know that the Public and Legislation Committee shot it down, but I would still like to, actually, I'd like to have all of our individuals up here accountable to our residents. If you don't want it, to say why, because I think it's important.
Anyone else?
Mayor?
Yes.
You know, in business, we realized that Zoom meetings work, right? I used to travel a lot more, and now it's condensed. And I think we've learned from this, if there is a silver lining that's come through this pandemic, that there's a ways that we can adapt and we can also communicate. And to Councilmember Nelson's point, you know, if this is something that we have learned through this pandemic, I don't see why, if we're able to get more people involved, more people included in our meetings, why that's a bad thing. So I don't think it's going to, it doesn't cost us any additional funds, right?
Right.
So, I mean, I think it's a kind of a no-brainer if we want to adapt with the times and not live, you know, like I said, a silver lining. We can look at there's more efficient ways of doing things, and if this is one of them, I'm in full support of it.
I'm on the Policy and Legislation Committee, and I did vote this down, and I really believe that I enjoy a real face-to-face, and individuals can come up here. This is the meeting place. This is the time. Interact personally rather than video and stand behind a video and type away or talk away. So I will not be in favor of this.
Anyone else?
Mayor?
Yes.
If I may. So I think I spoke, it might have been July when we kind of first implemented or put into place allowing remote participation. I looked forward to the time when we didn't have to do that anymore, when you could come in, when we could see you face to face. I agree with Councilmember Bradburn. I think that it's nice to have you all here. I think this is important, but it is the 21st century. We tried it out. It worked. We have time limits in place to protect the efficiencies of our meetings. So I'm not too big to admit that I was wrong. So yeah, I don't have a problem at all doing a remote access for residents. There's some that we have in person that haven't always been in person, that we're able to call in before, and they kind of go back and forth. And so I think it's a good opportunity to allow that for those. And yes, I think the preference is to have you here to engage with us so that we can see you, we can shake your hand afterwards. But if that's not available to you, then I think we should have a remote option. Thanks.
Anyone else? Okay, I'm not going to support this ordinance, and I'm going to tell you why, and I'm going to give you the reasons why so I can be accountable to you and to the public. First and foremostly, as some of you have said, we want you to come in and see us in person. In-person communication is much more effective, and that personal attendance at our meetings gives us equal access to one another equally. Remote access is not available equally to all of our residents. Our facilities are fully accessible. We have equipment for people with mobility issues as well as for the hearing impaired. If you ever need any assistance entering our building, please let us know. Our staff will accommodate you. If you need special accommodations during the meetings due to a disability, we will figure that out and accommodate you during recognition of visitors. Online participation is currently available through live streaming services provided by the city and ICRC. Our meetings are recorded and replayed on local cable TV and on ICRC-TV.com anytime you want to go see it. And anyone can write to or email us or call. We accommodated remote visitor participation under the governor's emergency orders, and we will certainly do so again if we're mandated to do so. And those are my reasons for not supporting this ordinance. Does anybody else have anything?
Mayor, I'll
Yes.
jump in. For me, it's more of a, it's almost what we see a lot today with even social media, where people will just not even be themselves on social media, yet they would not act that way in person. If you're face to face with somebody that you totally disagree with, you'll still be them respectful, treat them respectfully, you know. But if you're doing it on social media, or if you're doing it behind a screen, I think we even saw last year on Zoom meetings, there's people that can change how they act and behave by that way. Whereas if you're face to face, I think that doesn't happen.
Anyone else? Mr. Gill.
I don't know if we have all the information we need. I don't know if there's a cost to implementing Zoom. Maybe our city manager can address it. I don't know what those costs might be to do that, to have public participation through Zoom meetings. And secondarily, is it just Mason residents that can tap in by Zoom, or is it almost beyond Mason that people are able to tap in by Zoom, and what's the effect of that? And I don't know, maybe our law director can address that issue of how we monitor whether it's Mason residents or others outside of Mason that are
well,
aging in our process.
I can't speak to the expense part. I'll defer to the manager. But no, this, as it's proposed, it has nothing to do with limiting it to Mason residents, just like the physical meeting is not at all limited to Mason residents. Anybody, it's an open meeting. Anybody who wants to come is permitted to attend. This would just allow whoever wants to participate in that public recognition portion to do so remotely, no matter where they're from or where they might be a resident.
And then, I don't know, is there a cost to that process?
I don't want to say there's zero cost, because there is, equipment and time and setup, but we've rehearsed that, so we know how it works. That would be negligible compared to other operations. The costs is more well, maybe I'm just telling you my concern under cost. If you were to mandate that, let me back up. ICRC is our partner in those. That's what makes it work as well as it does. And we're part of ICRC, just like they film our meetings. If you were to do this and require all your meetings to have public streaming, that could in time create some conflicts, because if it's not your regular meetings, if we had to have a special meeting, we may not always be able to fit into that schedule. But for your routine meetings that ICRC is already prepared to, it's a little extra effort for them, it's a little extra effort for us, but there's no hard cost to it. So I guess my caution is don't overindulge, don't over, if we're trying to set up those meetings all the time or for all of your committees and Planning Commission, that would quickly become, it makes scheduling, where it can be cumbersome and near impossible. So not a cost, but a consideration.
Yeah, so I guess I'm concerned that I maybe don't have enough information to be able to say what those logistics would be, and I guess I would, as opposed to voting against this resolution, be more in favor of tabling it. I would move to table this to give us time to maybe send it back to the Policy and Legislation Committee to look at what those logistics might be and how we could implement them. I certainly believe we want to include the public as much as we can in this process, and logistically what that does in terms of this resolution. I certainly think I need more information in terms of how that might affect us logistically, and so I would move to table it until we get some further information in that regard.
Mayor, is there a second? Second. Okay, any council discussion on the motion to table?
Mayor?
Yes.
I don't really know why we need to have more time to figure out the logistics. We've been doing it for almost a year. And also, we talk about the cost where it's minimal, and we just spent $300,000 on a scoreboard. I mean,
audience, you know better.
This is for our residents. This is who we work for, our residents.
Okay, any other discussion on the motion to table? I mean, we're going to have to call the roll. I don't think we need to table it, because I think we have the answer to the costs. It's human capital, it's staff resources, and it's very time consuming to schedule the meetings because we have to have secure Zoom calls. And then my problem with the ordinance is we're not under a state of emergency now, and I hate to pass an ordinance. Well, we're on a motion to table, but I hate to saddle future councils with this if it becomes undesirable in the future, or there's new technology, or I just hate to mandate this when we're not under a state of emergency and we provide accommodations. So let's call the roll on tabling, though. Sorry.
Councilmember Hunterlaw,
Yes.
Mayor Grossman,
No.
Councilmember Nelson,
No.
Councilmember Chance,
No.
Councilmember Bradburn,
No.
Councilmember Stricula,
No.
Vice Mayor Gilb.
Yes.
So the motion failed. And now we're back to the original legislation, the original motion to adopt, and we're still in council discussion. Does anybody else have anything? Are we ready to call the roll?
Mayor Grossman,
No.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Chance,
Yes.
Councilmember Bradburn,
No.
Councilmember Stricula,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gilb,
No.
Councilmember Hunterlaw.
No.
All right. Council, I'm going to make a strong suggestion and ask for a motion to move item 25, recognition of visitors, ahead to the next item in the agenda, and we can do committee reports and old and new business later, or we can forego it altogether tonight.
I'd make a motion to forego it all, committee reports and old and new business.
Second? Okay. All in favor?
Yes.
No.
All right, let's call the roll on that motion. We have a
Can we-
motion and a
we talk
second.
about it?
Call the roll. Yeah, you can discuss it. Yep.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I just think that, I mean, committee reports and everything go quickly, but I think it's valuable information for our community to hear. I don't think it's going to be at a max 10 minutes, so I would prefer just to get everything out that we need to get out and move forward from there.
Okay. Let's call the roll on that, and
May I ask, can we discuss who has committee reports? Because I know I don't have any.
Downtown, veterans.
we have quite a few. Could we do them last?
I'm old and new business.
I mean, I guess we could.
Would that be okay, just because these guys have really been here a while?
Gonna be,
Okay, so we have to deal with the motion. We have to dispose of the motion. So we had the motion and the second. So let's call the roll real quick.
What are we calling them?
This is a motion to dispense with committee reports and old and new business.
Totally. Is that total or delayed?
That was the motion that was made was to get rid of committee reports and old and new business.
That's fine.
We can add.
There was a second.
Can we add, or can we?
Well, you would have to make a motion to amend the
Never mind.
well,
That will
I will
take a
make a
long
motion
time.
to amend that.
Okay, go ahead. No more.
Sorry.
We have to vote on the amendment, but go
All right.
ahead. It's fine.
Sorry.
To amend to move recognition of visitors up in the agenda? Is that what you want to make? So we're adding that to the original motion. So we have to vote on the amendment because the amendment takes precedence.
Why don't you just vote on the motion that's on the floor? See what happens, and then if someone wants to make another motion, you can do that. That might be the cleanest way
Okay.
to deal with that.
Sorry, y'all, it's getting late. We're getting tired. All right, so call the roll, Dan, please.
Councilmember Nelson,
I don't know what I'm voting.
Yeah, that's fine. I think these people are tired. Yes.
Councilmember Chance,
Yes.
Council,
Can I just confirm, removing committee reports and old and new business?
That's what you're voting on
All
right now.
Councilmember Bradburn,
I believe yes.
Councilmember Stricula,
No.
Vice Mayor Gilb,
Yes.
Councilmember Hunterlaw,
Yes.
Mayor Grossman.
Yes.
Okay, so that motion passed, which means items 23 and 24 have been removed from the agenda, which brings us to item 25, recognition of visitors.
Which, it all worked out. Okay, and you know what? If you have a committee report and you want to post it on your Facebook page, that's fine, or send an email out to council, that's fine too. All right, so recognition of visitors, I'm going to do something crazy. I'm going to remind you, 3-minute limit, and please no ruckus from the audience. But the sparkle hands have been great, by the way. Thank you. That really communicates with us. All right, so I am going to do the last shall be first and the first shall be last. And I'm going to start at the bottom of the list. And I'm going to call up Mason Hickman, Sam Kennedy, Robert Stewart. And if you've left or changed your mind, that's okay. Or Mason Hickman, Sam Kennedy, Robert Stewart. Anybody here? Okay, Mason. Oh, I hope you could hear that if you're watching online. Is that your son? It's your buddy, okay. That's how we do it at my house. We stand at the bottom of the stairs and yell. All right, so we're waiting on Mason. We've got Sam, we've got Robert Stewart, then we've got Gina Sanders, followed by Vera Long, so you get an idea of how we're going. All right. Do we have Mason yet? Is Sam ready? Sam? Sam, why don't you go ahead and then we'll catch Mason if he makes it. Come on over. Oh, you're Robert Stewart. Oh, okay. All right, Robert, come on up. Mason's a scratch. Thank you. Love it. All right. Mason's a scratch. Sam, we don't know about yet, and we've got Robert Stewart here.
Robert Stewart.
Hi.
I just want to read an article from
Oh, yeah. Name and address for the record.
Robert Stewart, 3868 Waynesville Road.
Thank you.
There's an article here from the Washington Free Beacon. Government-funded research sought aborted minorities for organ harvesting. Again, it's from the Washington Free Beacon. Many articles, many things lately have come to light. We're not taught abortion, what abortion was originally invented by Margaret Sanger, the popularized to get rid of the undesirables and to get rid of the minorities. And so please read this article. Look at the issues. But yeah, I stand for this, making this a sanctuary city for the unborn. And that's about what I need to say. And I appreciate you guys keeping it late here and giving people time to talk. And I wish I lived here in the city, and I don't, but thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Appreciate you coming to see us. All right, did Sam Kennedy make it? All right, Gina Sanders? Thank you. And then Vera Long, followed by Mark Burrell.
Hey, everybody. I'm actually here on something for everybody for Mason, hopefully a little less divisive tonight. I'm a member of the group of volunteers that are part of the MAID CDC, which is our community nonprofit community development corporation. Our first and main focus is to engage the entire neighborhood of Mason to create community-driven, basically the community-driven specific master plan for downtown, for the Mason Mile, which isn't just specific areas in the downtown Mason. It goes all the way from the Marathon Station, kind of down by Pine Hill Park, all the way around, all the way down to Tylersville, just to clarify. I'm thrilled to be here tonight as a volunteer on behalf of our team. We just wanted to provide a little update to stay in communication with our residents and with City Council. Our top priority is to ensure that all downtown Mason stakeholders are included in the process and of developing a community-driven downtown master plan. We feel like it's a comprehensive approach that invites everybody to the table. I just wanted to kind of give a little update. Since June 1st, some really exciting things have happened. So in less than 2 months with this particular group of volunteers, we've had 9 people step up into leadership, and they're doing a really great job. We have a Facebook group that you can join now called the Downtown Mason Stakeholders. We have 851 members right here in the downtown Mason Mile. You have to excuse me, my mouth is so dry, it's so late tonight. We've established rules in our group for positive collaborative environment, for community engagement and inclusion of everyone, bring everybody to the table. All of the music and Mason events are being posted there. It's a chance to get to know your neighbors and talk about all things downtown Mason. The city council meetings, we're trying to post updates about those, to be proactive about continuing to give other avenues to engage the community so that we can get everybody here and keep that information going out from all different avenues. Let's see. We have done a lot of external communication in just 2 months. 150 flyers were handed out at the July 3rd Music in Mason. We made a presentation here at the council to kind of let you guys know what we're doing, what we're up to, invite everyone involved. Let's see. We've had 161 people join to sign up for our emails. If you are interested, I have cards with me tonight with the QR code. You can click on it and sign up to get all of the information. And the last thing I just wanted to let you know is that tomorrow, or Tuesday, what's today? Monday. My gosh, Tuesday evening at the American Legion, we're having a community conversation for everybody to come to the table. 6:30 tomorrow night. Get the QR code from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Oh, where'd my list go? All right, I moved it. Vera Long, Mark Burrell, Derek Pridemore. If you could come on up. Is Mrs. Long still here? All right, let's do Mark Burrell, Derek Pridemore, and follow that by Jeff Allison. I don't know if he's still here. If he is, we'll have him come up. Oh.
For a long time, I'm tired. So thank you for taking these comments and for putting them in front as you can. My name is Derek Pridemore.
Thanks.
I'm from Dayton, Ohio. I have the great honor to speak on behalf of my comrades in the Party for Socialism and Liberation, not just in Dayton, but in Cincinnati and the local area as well. I want to read a statement that has been given by them, including the women, trans women, and non-binary people in the organization. Abortion is an essential, time-sensitive, and safe medical procedure that cannot be postponed, especially during a global health crisis. Halting abortion is a severe danger to women's health and self-agency. Most abortions are non-invasive, non-surgical procedures that can be done with a pill off-site with telehealth consultation, making it a safe and accessible option for women in underserved rural communities. And abortion is essential, vital health care. Further abortion restrictions do not protect life. The intent of this proposal is to police women's health care and to cynically use a false and moral panic for political gain and to divide the people against themselves. It has less to do with protecting life than controlling health care for women, as well as the other people who need access to abortion, such as trans men and some gender nonconforming people. While establishment politicians could be enacting life-saving measures such as genuine rent relief and expanding vaccine access, they instead are taking this moment as an opportunity to roll back the rights women have fought for hundreds of years. I want to say that we stand in solidarity with Planned Parenthood and anybody who is seeking access to health care. I also want to say personally that if you are someone who identifies as a man, and you are in any position where you come across a decision to restrict any kind of health care for women or people who identify as women, and you don't immediately say, I am a man and I'm not going to say a damn word about this because it's not my choice and it's not my body, then I don't know, I can't imagine being a man and making a decision for another woman. I can't imagine that. And I can't imagine being in a council and doing that and making laws and policies for that. I don't know how you would sleep at night after doing that. So I also want to say, I'm just really angry about this, I'm sorry. The person who had the most speaking time of this entire meeting so far has been the capitalist housing development person for over 90 minutes. He had the majority of that time. And I know that you're trying to do your best, but in Dayton, the Mayor Nan Whaley, she put the comments ahead so everybody could speak when they saw how many people were speaking. So thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, thanks, Mr. Pridemore. All right, we have Mark Burrell. Is he still here? All right, and I don't see him very long. Jeff Allison? All right, Laura Fuel, Letitia Walker, Maggie Lortz. Are any of them here? Come on up, Laura, and then followed by Miss Walker. And if Maggie Lortz is here, if somebody can round her up. She left? Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name's Laura Fuel. I live here in Mason at 4659 White Blossom Boulevard. I've lived here 23 years, my husband and I, and have had 3 kids, all graduate from Mason High School. I am late to understanding everything about this ordinance. I just learned of it this week, so I apologize for not being able to speak in depth about it, but I am supportive of the City Council and committee work to further discuss and look into it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I probably should have mentioned tonight, we didn't do committee reports, but we have not made any decisions about anything, but we have taken a look at it in committee, and this is an ordinance not that we wrote, but that was given to us by a member of the community, and it's going to take us some time to go through it. Okay, Ms. Walker, come on up. And then when she's finished, Michael Paul Courtney Tong are next on the list.
Thank you. I'm Letitia Walker. I live at 5618 East Fountain Circle, Mason. I just moved to this community about 3 months ago with my girls, and I'm from Highland County. I've lived there for 40 years. This community loves family. I mean, I've seen it. From the schools, I mean, people come here just for the schools. I mean, you can tell you love your children. The park is amazing, the new park. The swim team, and how much effort you put into everything. People come from all over the world to come here. I know I read an article from a couple years ago that Mason is the top 20 city in the United States to live. I mean, that's something to be proud of. That's a blessing. And, you know, I hear people come up here and warn the city about how it's going to hurt the city, but, you know, I think Mason's pretty strong, and it's done very well for itself. We have a strong council. But, you know, I know what my God says, and I know what his warning is, and he says that he hates the spilling of innocent blood. And all, you know, even religious aside, or politics or whatever, I've worked in healthcare for 20 years, and I took an oath to preserve life and to save life. You know, if you come in my hospital, doesn't matter what your age is, your race is, your backgrounds, as long as you're not a do not resuscitate, I am to save your life, regardless. And, you know, I believe in your right to do whatever you want with your body, but that fetus, that baby, is a whole nother person. You take 23 chromosomes from a man, and you take 23 chromosomes from a woman. And it's a separate human being. And you know what it takes to have a successful abortion? It takes stopping a heartbeat. Dead things don't have heartbeats. Only living things have heartbeats. And a heartbeat starts at about 21 days. You know, people come to this community because there's opportunity and there's hope and there's safety here. I feel so safe here. I mean, I come from a very rural area. I had 100 acres around me, 100 acres. Small country road, no lines on the road, one-lane road. Amish, the Amish buggies, it was my traffic jam in the morning. But you know, I feel safe here. In a city of 30,000 people, I feel safe here. Where I live, it's a community inside a community, but it's quiet at night. You can hear a pin drop, and I see families playing in the streets with their children. This family cares about children and the safety. And I think we should be caring about the safety of our unborn children too. They matter. They're not they're not a cancer. They're not just something to be thrown away. It's a human life, and it's about protecting life. All set aside, religion, politics, it's a human life. It's respect of life.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for working through distractions. If the audience members could be very polite and silent while other people are speaking. All right, Michael Paul, is he here? Hi, Michael. Is that Michael? No, that's not Michael. Courtney Tong? Come on up, please. Is it Minda Bauer? Oh, I can't read. I'm sorry. Cornett? Minda, are you here? She left. Okay, thank you. What about Dan Newman? No. Okay, go ahead, and we'll figure this out when you're done.
Okay, sure. So my name's Courtney Tong. I'm a resident of Mason. I'm at 4721 Country Downs Drive. And before I go through what I prepared to speak tonight, I just, coming here tonight, I didn't know what to expect. And so I was really, I guess I'm disappointed and frustrated about the division and disrespect I see among our community members. And I have to blame that and place the blame really on our council for bringing this issue into our community when it is a solution to a problem that doesn't exist here right now. There are no abortion providers within the city. You're bringing this solution and you're causing this division among a community that would otherwise have many reasons to be united. You're also bringing it not because the residents have asked you to, because the residents have asked you to focus on a bunch of other problems that need to be fixed. And instead you're bringing this to a community that would otherwise have lots of things to celebrate and lots of ways to work together. So it's just frustrating to be here tonight. And actually, every time I've come here, it's because of division that I feel like this council is continuously bringing into our community. So I just wanted to share that perspective. I'm a lifelong resident of Mason. I'm speaking here tonight because access to medical care is a human right, and it's a fundamental right protected under the federal Constitution. So I take very seriously any effort to try to limit that right for myself, for my daughter, and for my community. Declaring Mason a sanctuary city for the unborn might sound like a heartfelt protection for our vulnerable population members, but really it's an attempt to divide our community and to punish residents for seeking medical care or for helping others to seek medical care. And that medical care is unavailable because it's deemed immoral by our council members. That's not acceptable. If our council were actually interested in protecting the unborn residents of our city, then I would expect to see a proposed ordinance that supports policies proven to be effective in both promoting health for pregnant women and reducing the rate of abortion. Those would include offering reproductive health education and access to contraception. It would include full and early access to health care for pregnant women and financial support for single mothers. The absolute best way to protect the health of our unborn citizens is to protect the health of the mother. And that can only be done by having fully available information and treatment options, not just the ones that are deemed acceptable by this council. You do not get to decide what health care is available to me or my daughter or my neighbor. This council was elected to establish policies that are responsive to the citizens' needs. And Mason residents have made clear these lie, and this is not it.
Thank you. Next on the list, Don Prince, Gina Maroney, or Marone, Jose Maria Contreras, Sophia Sharpshare, I'm not sure I'm pronouncing these correctly, and Barbara Hogan. So let's round up that crew. So we've got Don Prince, Gina, Jose Maria Contreras, Sophia, and Barbara Hogan. Mr. Prince?
Good evening, Mayor. Do you hear me? Is it coming across? Good evening, Mayor and Council. Wasn't sure I wanted to be here tonight. Wasn't sure I was going to speak, but I'm glad I'm here right now. I'm proud to stand for life. I'm proud to stand for the life of the unborn. And I will just leave this meeting. I'm going to try to respect your time. You've been gracious with it. Every person who's in favor of abortion has already been born.
Ladies? Yeah, it would be great if you could never do that again. Okay, thank you, Mr. Prince. Gina Marone. If it gets to the point where we can't conduct our business and we can't hear everyone else who's been so patient, it's just not fair, okay? If you want to be rowdy, you can go out in the hallway and you can still hear everything. If you want to be rowdy, you can go out in the hallway or one of the overflow rooms and you can still hear everything. Yes, I'm still talking to you ladies in the back. Out of respect for everyone in the room, okay? You can go be rowdy out there. Ladies? Okay, thank you. Ma'am, could you state your name, please?
Yes, my name is Gina Maroney. I live at 1111 Deerfield Road in Lebanon. I'm a former resident of Mason, though, and I still have family living here, so I would like to share my voice. This anti-abortion ordinance is one of the most extreme, most restrictive, and most dangerous in Ohio's history. Given that this ordinance first took shape in Lebanon, where there are no abortion clinics, it's also one of the pettiest and most nonsensical. Existing life should take precedence over potential life. The idea of creating a sanctuary city for the unborn is at best ridiculous and at worst wildly illogical. An actual sanctuary city is termed as a city that limits its cooperation with federal immigration enforcement agents in order to protect immigrants from deportation. A fetus is not a viable human being living outside the womb. It cannot make decisions or seek shelter. Living human beings who need assistance can. Having to explain the idiocy of co-opting this terminology is beyond insulting. The driving force behind this ordinance is undoubtedly related to Christian values. Let me remind you that Thomas Jefferson made reference to separation of church and state. Judaism, Buddhism, Islam, Catholicism, Orthodoxy, and many other subsets of these religions all have vastly differing opinions on abortion rights. So why do you think that your one faith has the right to dictate our access to health care under the law? You can interpret Scripture any way you want, but don't prescribe rules for me and my decisions based on your interpretation. If this were truly a pro-life measure, it would be supporting struggling single parents or providing access to reproductive health care and contraception to prevent unwanted births, which are all actions that have been proven to actually decrease abortions. Instead, this measure seeks to criminalize women because they can't afford to be mothers, have bodies that might not survive becoming mothers, or don't want to be mothers at all. It condemns women or people with uteruses to endure 9 months of risky, life-changing bodily detriment. It condemns them for daring to take part in the human right of intimacy without the intention of parenthood. It punishes them for sex by treating children as a punishment. I don't have quite enough words to express how angry I am that well into the 21st century, I still have to fight battles to defend my privacy and my choice from men who've never had a uterus or the worry of being saddled with responsibilities they'd sooner decline. Becoming a parent is one of the most important choices a human being can ever make. You do not have that right to make it for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marone. Jose, is he here? Hi, welcome. Followed by Sophia, is she here? Not sure. Barbara Hogan is next, if we don't see Sophia. Welcome.
Thank you. Good night. My name is Jose Maria Contreras, 4618 Braid Lane here in Mason. I come tonight, I decided to talk and speak out tonight because I'm very concerned to see this government body engaging in this ordinance and legislation, regardless of what an old man white man from the 1800s said. So I come here as a concerned Mason resident, a husband and a father of a girl who will enter the society in a few years. I want to tell you something, Council. You don't have a say in my daughter's body or her choices. No one has but her. You understand that you're doing something against the Constitution. I want to ask you a few things. How is this legal move a priority versus other issues that we're dealing with in Mason? I don't understand how you make this a priority. Why are we spending this energy and money on this instead of working with Mason City schools to put safety first on our students and our teachers and helping them get them back to school safely? And lastly, have you considered the money and the time the city will have to spend on whatever litigation we get into from other companies, from other people who would go against this ordinance? And I will close just to say that you should know the leadership is it's not about doing what is popular, but doing about what is, all about doing what is right. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Sophia, is she here? Barbara Hogan, are you still here? Come on up. And then the next on the list is Sherry Taylor, then Michelle D. No, I don't know. Michelle, I think Jordan C., Joe Kramer, Paul Zeltwanger. Welcome.
Thank you. So sorry this is going so long, but first I just want to say I love roundabouts. Going back to a couple weeks ago. Just thought I'd add a little humor in there. I would have voted for the Zoom thing. I just want to say that because what I'm going to say next. I would prefer that anybody can be in the meetings, and if that means Zoom, awesome, you know. I want to touch on the resolution 2021-6, 16, and 17. And I thank the council for continuing to go after this and go after and make it right. Sure, it'd be great if we got it right the first time, but it doesn't always happen. So thank you for that. I don't understand what the problem is with not wanting public funds going to organizations that are politically active. As a resident, so sorry, Barbara Hogan, 5572 Crestwood Drive, Mason, Ohio, Mason resident. just remember that. As a resident, I don't understand why we wouldn't be for that. Like, I don't want my public dollars going to an organization from the city deciding that a public organization that would be politically active. So I'm not sure why that is a contention, other than there's irritation about one organization and a disagreement about it, and it's really getting tiresome hearing about it. You represent the citizens, not an organization, okay? And the organization you represent, I would say 97% of those people I respect and I'm friends with. But this isn't about that organization. This is about public dollars going to entities that are politically active. Am I missing something? Is that correct? Okay. So along with that, the disrespect that goes with it. It's been brought up before. You can disagree, but do it in a way that's professional, that represents our community, and is more of represents who you are, not what you're irritated about, okay? I don't want to experience that. I've been listening, going to council meetings for almost 3 years now, and I've seen it over and over again, and I don't know why the mayor elicits this stuff as much as she does. I'll just be honest, it's like I have watched Kathy be a council member, and I've seen her be attacked, and then I've seen her go, and I've seen her study, and learn, and then come back, and then explain. You know, I've seen her become a mayor in a pandemic, and yeah, I think we would all struggle a little bit with that. Last thing, real quick. Unborn, on the unborn, I get it. I get that this is upsetting. Babies are human beings. Babies are human beings, and if all of you were being threatened with your life, I would fight for you as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hogan. Okay, remember there's an overflow room outside. If you want to be rowdy, you can go on out. And we certainly let other people go over their time a couple seconds so they could wrap up. Welcome, Ms. Taylor.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. My name is Sherry Ratcliffe Taylor. I reside at 4833 Gallup Run. And I'm actually here to address the, as was just referenced by Ms. Hogan, the amended resolution 2021-17, which was an amendment of resolution 2021-16, which was an amendment of resolution 2021-6, which all three did pertain to nonprofits engaged in political activity, as everybody knows. But I think it's important for the public to understand that adopted resolution 2021-6, in the spirit, I believe when it was started, prevented any nonprofit located anywhere from receiving Mason public funds if they were engaging in political activity as defined by this council specifically. To then an updated Resolution 2021-16, which went from preventing any nonprofit located anywhere to just nonprofits located in Mason, or I think it was defined as locally based, that were engaging in Mason-specific political activity, to now another updated Resolution 2021-17, which will prevent Mason or locally based nonprofits from engaging in any political activity that was defined in Exhibit A. So the interpretation of this legislative journey is not about any kind of conflict. I think it's truly understanding the spirit of what is an appropriate public expenditure. So the interpretation of this legislative journey is that we went from saying that we as a city are not comfortable utilizing Mason tax dollars in any way with any nonprofit who engages in any political activity as this council defined, to then saying we're not comfortable utilizing Mason tax dollars with Mason nonprofits who engage in Mason-specific political activity as council has defined, to now saying, as pointed out earlier, this was in response to my clarifying questions at the last council meeting, we're not comfortable utilizing Mason tax dollars with Mason nonprofits who engage in any political activity as council has defined. So it's so confusing even when you try to explain that to the general public. It's just difficult, I think, not to see this as anything but a targeted attempt to prevent certain nonprofits in the local area from engaging in any political activity, including those who potentially seek, as it was pointed out tonight, I mean, it was mentioned specifically, concern around candidate endorsement. So I think I just wanted it to go on the record to clarify, council adopted, the majority of this council adopted Resolution 2021-17, which expressively permits Mason tax dollars to directly fund a non-locally based nonprofit corporation's political activity that could be associated with Mason Municipal Office or Mason Municipal Court. Thank you.
Thank you. And to draw a distinction between the nonprofits while Mr. Kramer's coming up, the 501c3s don't have the ability to practice political speech, but C4s and C6s do. And so it took us a little while to get it right. It was a collaboration with our law director and our committee, and I think it's a great policy, and it's going to bring stability to the culture of this council. And I think we've gotten it right this third time around. Mr. Kramer, thank you for being here.
Yes, my name is Joe Kramer. I'm at 4192 South Shore Drive in Mason. My wife and I have 5 children who've gone through the Mason City schools. 4 daughters, 1 son, 1's out of college, 2 are in college, 2 are still in high school. And this is what my wife and I teach my 1 son and our 4 daughters. We teach them a lot of things, but one of them is about the duties of a father and a mother. And I say, son, when you become a dad, this is whether it's 17, 20, 25, 40 or so, this is what you do. When you become a dad, you provide and protect the mother and your child or children. You love your wife and children. And this is naturally understandable. All of us, if the husband or the father does not protect and provide the child, we are horrified. If there's an absentee dad, if there's a father that abuses his daughter, or, we should be horrified, right? I tell him it's not okay for my son to kill his own daughter or my granddaughter. That's my grandchild. It's not okay. Whether the child is 1 week old, 9 months old, or after birth. Then I teach my daughters, when they become mothers, they should love their son or daughter, love their children. This is one word that I have not heard yet in the discussion on the other side is the word love. I don't know, love. Whether they become a mom at 13, 18, 35, 42, they are a mom. And I tell them, remember, I think it's either 7th or 8th grade biology, that at conception, they are a mother. And it is at least with animals, so it should be when they're with humans. We all feel horror when a mother abuses her child. There's cases in the newspapers. A woman that goes crazy, she hits a bat or a frying pan onto her daughter or son, or that gives the kids narcotics, we should be horrified. Maybe not, but we should be. But we're not horrified when we put salt in the poor babies in the womb and burns just like acid. I mean, there's dads that put acid on their daughters, and we are horrified. But if we put saline solution, it's okay. Holy Mother Church teaches that abortion is the direct and intentional taking of an innocent life. And killing, when a mother kills her own baby in womb, or she hires someone else to do it, a doctor, that is abortion. That is murder, because the baby, it was a direct killing, intentional.
Sorry, that's 3 minutes.
It results in a dead baby. So abortion is murder, but that is a moral policy. We say, oh, abortion's not moral, it's medical. Well, it results in a dead baby. So
Thank you so much for sharing. Again, I'll remind the women in the back that there's an overflow room for people who want to talk and be rowdy, and that we'd appreciate your respect for everyone in the room. All right, Mr. Zeltwanger is next, followed by Ginger Lehman, Becky Titus, Kathy Petoniak, if any of you are here.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council. My name is Paul Zeltwanger. I'm at 4607 White Blossom Boulevard, Mason, Ohio. My wife and I have raised our 4 children. We've lived there 23 years. I happen to also have had the honor for the last 6.5 years to be your state representative. And consistently when I'm in Columbus, I am proud of Mason. And I commend all of you. I know we have our challenges and differences, and we do tonight. But yet, the city of Mason stands for values, stands for the good that we see. That's why I believe we're ranked in top 20 in the country. Fortunately for each of us here tonight, our mother chose to have us. We have a life and we have a chance. So tonight I want to speak on behalf of the unborn that I also feel I represent. We may have differences on that. I understand it. I'm used to differences. I'm glad we can be in an open forum and discuss these things, hopefully professionally and respectfully. So thank you for trying to manage the meeting, because we do have differences. We have to make decisions. And sometimes we all make decisions where we're going to live and where we're going to raise a family. And that's why some of you make, I think, courageous and proactive decisions to lead. You don't always agree, that's okay. That's the beauty of America, right? We can disagree. But sometimes then votes matter and the majorities matter and we move forward. So I just want to be here tonight to represent some of those unborn that may have a chance to be future citizens of Mason. So thank you for at least considering this and opening it up. I know it's late, and I will end on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Zeltwanger. Okay, is Ginger here? Or Becky Titus? Come on up, ma'am. Are you Ginger? Hi. Welcome. Is Becky here? Great, you're next. And then Catherine Petoniak, are you here? Okay, we might have to skip Catherine, but if she shows up, we'll get her in. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Ginger Lehman. I'm at 2122 North Liberty Cooter Road in Lebanon, Ohio. Prior to that, I grew up and lived for many years in Kings Mills, Ohio. So Mason has been a great stomping ground for me all my life, and I still spend a lot of time here. I'm very proud of our Warren County community, and I'm proud of the fact that Lebanon became the first city in Ohio to be a sanctuary city. As a matter of fact, a lot of people were proud of that. People I've run into outside of the city have thanked us for that. And even one gentleman said he's moving his family to Lebanon. He really appreciated it. And I think it's a moral issue. And when I look at moral issues, I look at what God says, because we were founded based on the Word of God. And He says, I knew you before you were formed in the womb. He said that He has plans for us. And if we don't give Him a chance, He can't fulfill those plans. And I ask you to consider your decision, because ultimately you're going to have to answer to the Almighty for the decision you made. It's already been brought before you. You can't change the fact that they brought it to you. Now you get to decide, and then you get to live with that. And I respect each and every one of you, and I know you'll make the right decision. God bless.
Thank you, Ms. Lehman. Ms. Becky?
I live at 208 Washington Way, Mason.
Thanks, and if you could just really get close to the mic so we can hear you. Thank you.
Becky Titus, I live at 208 Washington Way, Mason. I just want to stand for the unborn and would like for you to consider the sanctuary ordinance.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you coming. Is Catherine Petoniak here? How about Manisha Godbalk? Manisha? Okay. Nicole Foster? Welcome. Brian Westfall, are you here? All right. You're on deck, Mr. Westfall. How about Daryl? Is it Daryl Pitwing? Not sure. All right. Ms. Foster, welcome.
My name is Nikki Foster. I live on 5716 Running Fox Lane here in Mason, Ohio. Imagine after having served in the U.S. Air Force for your entire adult life, settling into Mason in your mid-30s. You live on a quiet street with your spouse of 13 years of marriage and a 6-year-old son. All you want for your son is for him to not be alone anymore. He's had to live without his mother twice in his young life. First, you deployed to fly combat missions in Afghanistan when he was 18 months old and missed his 2nd birthday. Then again, you deployed to fly combat missions in the Middle East and missed his 4th birthday. He's been without his mother for a combined 1.5 years of his life. Now living in Mason, you finally are stable and you have a nice corporate job at GE. And you're home every night to tuck him into bed. But something still feels like it's missing. The 4-bedroom house is still too quiet. What you would love more than anything is to have a brother or sister for your son. So you try and grow your family, and you find out you're pregnant. And you start thinking of names and nursery arrangements, and then at 9 weeks along, you start to feel funny and find out you've miscarried. The hole in your heart is so big, and the doctor prescribes misoprostol, more commonly known as Cytotec, to help move the miscarriage along because you're 35 years old and you want to keep trying and the clock is ticking. So the holidays come and go, and as you mourn your loss, you find out we're pregnant again. And despite the sadness from before, you allow yourself to hope again. This time you pass 10 weeks and are feeling good and looking forward to that first 12-week heartbeat appointment. But at 11 weeks, you start to feel funny again and you head to the ER at Bethesda North. The nurse finds a heartbeat and you're so relieved. Then the doctor comes in to do an ultrasound and says the yolk is only 5 to 7 weeks of gestation and there's no heartbeat. And the nurse mistakenly found your heartbeat earlier, your heartbeat, and barely apologizes. We're crushed and there's no comfort from the ER staff. Your son is now 7 years old and still no sibling to play with, and the house is still too quiet. The OBGYN prescribes misoprostol again, but also tells you that even after the miscarriages, the hormones in your blood still show you are pregnant, even though the tissue is long gone. It then takes another 6 months for your body to stop the pregnancy hormones before you can try again. Finally, the holidays pass again after 2 years of trying. You are pregnant for a 3rd time. It's a charm. Your son's baby brother is expected to arrive, and you nervously await his arrival as he's delivered at Good Sam in downtown Cincinnati to bring him home to his 8-year-old big brother. Now imagine that a man on Mason City Council, a man with no medical education nor experience, thinks he knows more about what's best for your body and thinks you should not have access to misoprostol. Imagine that man robs you of the chance to grow your family or prevent you from fulfilling the prescription at a Mason pharmacy, or that simply taking the prescription can implicate your loving husband. We're thankful we moved to Mason when we had access to these treatments. If we were to separate from the U.S. Air Force today, we would have decided to live elsewhere in a place where we are trusted to make our own family decisions.
Thank you, Ms. Foster. Okay. Audience. Mr. Westfall, welcome.
You, Brian Westfall, 6237 Bona Vista Place, Cincinnati, Ohio. I'm not a Mason resident. I've not read the proposed ordinance, and I am biased. I think anybody who was misled and deprived of their lifelong savings because Bernie Madoff had an idea and he spread it and he lied and he convinced people that they should follow his advice, it would be criminal to prosecute the victims of his scam rather than give them legitimate treatment for their trauma and allow the 40% of women, the reported 40% of women who have regretted their abortion, to allow them to go untreated, to make a housewife and mother feel ashamed for choosing that lifestyle. I think a lot of people have been misled. I probably have. I believe this issue is necessarily divisive. You need to hear from a lot of people. You need to find out what's just flat out wrong, untrue, deceptive, emotionally charged. I do not believe this action will deprive women of access to abortion. As far as I know, there are no abortion facilities in Mason. I see no harm that this could do. It could always be repealed if it's found to be harmful. I recommend surveying residents for opinions, passing the issue, and asking the state of Ohio and the federal government for guidance to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Westfall. I'm glad you made the trip up north to see us. Thank you for that. All right, is Jason Moore here? He wanted to visit Mission Barbecue is what he said. That's awesome. We're glad you're here. Okay, so we've got Jason Moore, Caleb Stalder, Terry Pining, Kyra Fuster.
I'll keep it short.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Jason, right?
Yep, Jason Moore.
Welcome.
Live at 505 West Church Street in Mason. Been here for about 12 years. Like I said, I'm just going to keep it short. I just wanted to say I stand in full support of preservation of life for the unborn, for those that don't yet have a voice. I support Mason in becoming a sanctuary city for the unborn. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Caleb. Welcome.
Gentleman earlier that had the slideshow, if there would be some sort of way to have a picture of stuff. Is that possible?
Yep, we can get that to you, and if you could just angle the mic up towards you and speak right into it.
Is there a way to have a picture slideshow?
Yes, we can get that to you.
Thank you. It was about one of what the gentleman was talking about earlier.
He wants a copy of what Mark Burrell showed.
No, he's going to put his
Oh.
own.
I'm sorry, I must have misunderstood you. You want to put hard copies up there?
Yeah, paper.
Okay, but not digital. Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. I thought you wanted a copy of what was shown earlier.
Thank you. I'm Caleb Stalder, and I live in Sydney, Ohio, 409 South Ohio Avenue. My mom lost one of my brothers in a miscarriage. It was a hard thing for her, and I don't have a brother that I should have. We had respect for the dead. I have one question tonight, is what happens to the fetus after abortion? For the researchers at the University of Pittsburgh, they can give you an answer and you won't like it. The researchers at UPitt are harvesting livers, kidneys, and other body parts from 5-month-old babies and using them for their own lab experiments. In fact, their documentation was provided in a study last year where the researchers admit how they scalped the head of babies. That's baby hair growing on a rat. They stitch it on there like a Frankenstein. You scalp babies. How can you scalp something that isn't human and doesn't have a head? Where do researchers get their baby organs from? You guessed it, Planned Parenthood. Because Planned Parenthood at the University of Pittsburgh is employed by the same people on their board. And they provide the donations to do these experiments. Planned Parenthood wants to keep abortion legal so they can keep scalping babies' heads. And members of our federal government are complicit in funding this. The NIH, run by Dr. Fauci, has given millions of dollars to the University of Pittsburgh when UPitt demanded racial quotas for the babies they wanted aborted and the babies that they wanted to cut open. They made sure that they wanted 50% minority and 50% black children cut. Horrible.
Thank you, Caleb. I appreciate you coming to share with us today. Audience, I know we've been through this before. You're being mighty rude back there. I'm sorry that happened, Caleb. Terry Pining, Kyra Fuster, Susie Lertzman.
Hi, you called my name earlier and I was actually skipped, so I'd like to...
What's your name?
Jordan Close.
Oh, Jordan. Well, you were way back there. Okay, go ahead. We're already up there. You might as well. But hold on one sec. Can we pull up Terry? Is she still here? Oh, Terry left. Okay, Kyra, you here? Okay, great. Kyra, you're on deck. Susie Lertzman? Yep. All right, you're on deck. All right, let's go. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jordan Close. I live in Columbus, Ohio. I am the Senior State Coordinator for URGE, Unite for Reproductive and Gender Equity, and I sit on the board of Women Have Options Ohio, our statewide abortion fund. Shout out to who? Donate to your local abortion fund. First and foremost, the thought of this council sitting in front of people, sharing their abortion stories, sharing their miscarriage stories, sharing all of their reproductive stories, simultaneously while stripping away our bodily autonomy and then asking for our respect is disgusting and abhorrent. The fact that this council of all white people and 2 women are trying to strip Ohioans of their bodily autonomy is, 1, unconstitutional, and secondly, absolutely outrageous. To think that you have the authority just because you are on a small town in Ohio city council to tell people what they can and cannot do with their bodies is disgusting. And I'm mostly here to talk to you and all of the residents of Lebanon, or, wow, Mason, who can keep it straight, all of the anti-abortion city councils in the state so far. Abortion is still legal in Ohio. There are multiple clinics across the state. There are organizations like WHO and Planned Parenthood that will help you fund your abortion, get to your abortion, pay for your child care, help you with lodging. And we are not going away just because these people that want to strip our bodily autonomy think that they have the right to do so. They don't. And just to clarify earlier, all of these abortion bans are countered in court. The ACLU exists, and they'll be seeing you soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. Audience, Audience, please. We want to move through this. We want to be able to hear from everyone. All right. Kyra?
Yes, hi. Good evening. Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Kyra Fuster. My name is Kyra Fuster. I live in 213 Lakeview Drive, and I'm going to approach council and my fellow residents and citizens about the business part of this whole idea. So I'm going to read. We also need to remind the council that Mason is home to many multinational and local companies. Many of these businesses have committed to gender equity initiatives, which include empowering women to have an equal voice in their communities here in Mason and around the globe. P&G, Luxottica, Fanuc, TriHealth, among others, are companies that actively advocate for women's rights, turning Mason into the city where physicians and healthcare providers can be prosecuted for doing their job, and women cannot seek medical advice. In no way aligns with any of these companies' prerogatives to advance gender equity and human rights for all. The city could face the very real threat of a brain drain and tax drain. There's the chance that physicians and physicians' offices will seek to relocate, and companies whose values do not align with the city's lack of respect for human rights can soon follow and abandon the city as well. Many will stop being generous with their donations towards city's initiatives. For example, Mason might have to do without fewer sponsors for Red Rhythm and Boom and other holiday festivities. In addition, many regional, national, and international sporting events could move out of Mason to other venues if the ordinance passes. So let's think about the pool, and let's think about that very costly scoreboard. What will we do if we are left with all that and no one to come in? I hope you're listening. Okay, let me continue. In summary, the city tax base and generous donations will go away if this ordinance is approved. Another unintended consequence of this debacle will be that human rights organizations and businesses will descend on Mason and will slap the city with lawsuits that will become a financial burden. It will not matter where each one of us stands on this issue. All of us will pay for the price of this political vanity project. Any dollar spent to defend the city council, because it would be defending the city
Sorry, that's
council.
3 minutes.
And this legislation will be $1 wasted, $1 that could have been spent on projects to improve the quality of life of residents and the community as a whole.
Okay.
The neighboring city of Lebanon and its residents can attest to the negative effects a similar
Susie
legislation
Lertman,
has brought
here.
upon them.
Come on up, Susie. Thank you for waiting.
For your
patiently.
time. Buenas noches.
Hi there. Been a long day. I wasn't necessarily going to talk tonight, but I feel compelled to.
We need your name and address for the record. I am so sorry.
I'm the one who reminded you earlier, too. I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
Susan Lertzman, 7343 Red Oak Court, Mason. For me, there are a few reasons why this is a bad idea, this ordinance is a bad idea. The first one that comes to mind is my care of my body is between me and my doctor. I don't believe any of you are my doctor. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. If this ordinance passes, then you guys get in between me and my doctor. And, you know, you don't want to be between me and my doctor during a pelvic exam.
We really want to hear what she has to say, and it makes it hard for us to hear up here when you're being rowdy in the back. Okay.
So, next one is, there's a federal law. Roe v. Wade, we have the right to have abortions, should we need them. We get to decide whether we need them between me and my doctor. If there are no legal abortions, there will only be illegal abortions. I had a teacher in college in Columbus who wore a teeny tiny little coat hanger because she grew up before Roe v. Wade and had friends who died because there were no legal abortions, and people who needed them had them illegally and died. I don't have kids. That was a choice I made. I don't think I'm a good mother material. However, I have twice been raped. If I had gotten pregnant through those, I would have no legal abortion in Mason, should I need it. I have 7 grandchildren that I married in. If I couldn't help my granddaughter driving her to an appointment if she needed an abortion, I could be prosecuted here, even though her care would not happen here, nor would she live here.
Thank you.
I'd be happy to talk to y'all more if you want.
Thank you. Appreciate you. All right, Della. Is Della Johnson here? We have Della Johnson, Sonia Milrod, Allie Frazier.
Hi, I'm Della Johnson. I live on 4175 Mackenzie Court, Mason, Ohio. I'm 16 years old. I'll be 17 in less than an hour. I'm an incoming senior at Mason. So I've lived about 17 years of life, and I'm really tired of having 17 years of fighting for my rights. I've grown up in this city where I've always felt welcomed and loved in this city, and I've always kind of thought as this city is perfect when I was a kid. And now I'm kind of looking at what's happening here with the council and what's the proposed sanctuary of life thing, and it feels a little corrupted for me, as Shravani recently, or I'm echoing Shravani in saying this. But essentially, I don't want to take up too much time. I just want to say that abortion is a human right. It's a woman's right. It's a right for people with uteruses, and it's not for anyone without a uterus to make. And I believe that the people of Mason want to know who on this council truly believes that this sanctuary of life bill is a good idea, because we want to know who's taking away our rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Della. Sonia Milrod, are you here? Thank you. Is Allie Frazier here? Allie, you're next. And then, is it Gold Bristow? Gold? Okay, so you're on deck. Thank you, Gold.
I'm Sonia Milrod. I've lived at 4270 Fontenay in Mason for 18 and a half years. I love our city. I value its increasing diversity and believe that you, our council members, should dedicate yourselves to civic improvement rather than civic discord. As a member of the Jewish faith, I am pro-choice, not pro-abortion. And I trust that you, our council, respecting and defending the U.S. Constitution, will respect my religious liberty alongside of the liberty of those of other beliefs, including Muslims, Hindus, atheists, and Christians. The Jewish faith holds that personhood begins at birth. That means that legal protections lie with the mother, not the unborn, until the incipient person is born. This proposed ordinance abrogates the laws of my faith by stating, 1, that human life begins at conception. 2, abortion is a murderous act of violence that purposefully and knowingly terminates an unborn human life. And 3, unborn human beings are entitled to the full and equal protection of the laws that prohibit violence against other human beings. Mason City Council, why do you seek to cancel my religious beliefs? I'm not for abortion. I am pro-life. And in my faith, the life of the mother holds sway. The life of the mother has personhood. The unborn is not yet a person and has no legal rights. How will this egregious ordinance that seeks to criminalize legal abortion help the city of Mason? This ordinance is clearly unconstitutional on so many levels. Please focus on civic improvement and measures that build our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Allie, you're next, followed by Gold. And after Gold, we have Margie Murray and Joy Bennett. Welcome, Allie.
Thanks to the council and everyone for being patient here. Sorry. I know it's been a really long night, so guys, good job. Good job. My name is Allie Frazier, as previously mentioned, and I am at 88 East Broad in Columbus, Ohio. And I am the Director of Communications at Ohio Right to Life. Ohio Right to Life is an organization that advocates on behalf of the compassionate pro-life people of Ohio across our great state, including amazing communities like Mason. And I will say the time that I've spent here this evening has made me even more assured that this sanctuary city for the unborn ordinance is something that is important to the values of Mason and the people of Mason. To that end, I'm here to speak on behalf of that ordinance, which is hopefully soon to be proposed. This ordinance is a vital, life-saving proposal which will protect the most vulnerable in Mason from becoming victims of abortion. Abortion has no place in this city, which is full of compassionate and principled people who respect the value of life and family and don't want to see the violent action of abortion allowed in their community. This city is a good place for families and a wonderful community in which to live and to grow. Abortion goes against everything Mason prides itself in being. In moments like these, it is also important to be clear about what abortion is, so I will. Abortion victimizes women, and it kills babies.
Hey, she's speaking. You shut up. Everyone else can get their right to speak. She gets it too.
Thank you.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're sort of stuck between a rock and a hard place, and we're going to give you more time, Allie. It's making it very difficult for us to conduct our business with the heckling in the back, but they also have the right to free speech, and it's really, unfortunately, it's rude, it's disruptive. They're not being tolerant of people with different viewpoints, and even some of their friends with the same viewpoints, they're not being respectful so that we can really hear and get their feedback. Well, we want to learn. It's inappropriate. It's inappropriate to yell from the floor. You don't have the floor, ma'am, but what we do have are overflow rooms with televisions and sound, and you can go out there and you can speak all you want, but we really want to hear what everybody has to say on both sides of the issue. We're learning tonight. I'm learning from each person here in this room. And one of the things I'm observing and learning from you is that you're not willing to be tolerant of people with different viewpoints. You're really... Okay, and we.
Mayor, Mayor,
Yep.
Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt. Campus Safety has advised us that we ought to take a recess. I'd suggest council
Okay,
take a recess.
We'll take a 5-minute recess, and we will be back in 5 minutes.
He's like off in his own land today. I've talked to him a couple times.
What?
Would you like to follow up?
No, I'm fine. I'm finishing that one.
Okay.
How many? I wonder how many more she's got. I say cancel me.
She said 8 to 10.
I know she wants to get through.
There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. We have a word to the audience from our city manager.
I just want to thank, we have a lot of folks that help support these meetings, including our campus safety officers that help keep us all safe. That was the caution earlier in the meeting, to keep things clear. Apologize to those that maybe have traveled or stayed late, but campus safety has advised us that we should go ahead and adjourn the meeting. So that's the strong recommendation that we adjourn the meeting at this point and conclude.
Well, no, we're not voting. It's not even on the agenda. It's never been on the agenda, and it wasn't on the agenda tonight yet. We were glad to hear from you, and so, yeah. So I need a motion to adjourn, please.
Based on campus safety's recommendation, I think you should consider the meeting adjourned.
Okay, meeting adjourned.